What a great day for an adventure, Toby. I see good things for you, my boy. As we are drawn into and out of trouble, you will bring incredible creatures to life, with villains around every corner and the most unexpected friends.
Use the pencil, Toby! You can't run from this, Toby. Wake up. Wake up. You have to use the pencil. You must.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Kiwis and Comic Books, where we talk to people around Oceania, which basically for you guys around the world probably think like it's the, where is that? Well, it's the Pacific Islands, Australia, and New Zealand. And so today I'm really excited to have Gary Dellar, hope I'm pronouncing that right, from Australia, from a company called Reverie Publications. And I'm really interested in having this conversation because just like our own Funtime Comics, they also, as part of their publication, they produce anthology series of comics called Reverie and comics. So we're going to be talking about that a bit more later on. But thank you for joining us. And we're here basically 3 times a month, every Friday night in New Zealand time, 7:30. So wherever you are, welcome and kia ora. And I'm going to put Gary on solo, and he can introduce himself to you guys. And let's, give you a bit of a bio. Thank you, Gary. Take it away.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here. I started off in comics in 1983, and we put out a small comic called Reverie, and we distributed through Gordon & Gotch throughout Australia. The comic went quite well. We only got to 7 issues. The reason why that was simply because back in those 80s, you had to do bromides, you have to typeset, you had to get everything cut and paste and put everything down, and then you had to go to the printers. My biggest problem was, of course, everything else was okay because I went to newspapers, local newspapers. They did everything for me for a free cost, but the printers were so dear back then, so I ended up buying my own printer. And at that stage, we just printed our own and then distributed the 10,000 through the local distribution mob called Gordon & Gotch. And that was my introduction into comics. I am an avid collector of Australian comics and used to be a big collector of a lot of the American stuff. At school was quite interesting because when I was at school, everybody used to see me reading comics. And instead of throwing it away, they used to always bring them over to me and give them to me. So I had a massive collection at the end. And believe it or not, the collection was quite interesting for me later on down the track because I actually sold them and put a deposit on the house that we bought earlier in the piece, which was quite interesting. Also, what happened then is that once Reverie, the initial issue stopped, which was it was very interesting because we had a group of people. There was Paul Harris, George Hall, and a lot of the other locals that were coming along and offering to put it in as far as contribution goes. But we also, by the end of it, started picking up a lot of people from overseas, which was very interesting because I never expected that. And everything in those times were by snail mail, of course. The beauty about it is that it did stop, but I always had that interest. And in 2018, we put out a test run of another Reverie anthology. And lo and behold, it actually went really well. So we're quite happy with that. So we started. And then we got together with a few people, Peter Lawson, George Hall, and a number of other people, and we got together and put out a local Australian superhero, which we actually called it Torn. Torn was a fascinating character. He had a lot of flaws, but that became very popular, and we kept on going with that. I'll just show you a few interesting pictures of Torn. This is this is the second issue of Torn, and that was cover done by Ash Maddy, which was quite a good cover, and he did 3 of us for that starters. And just inside, give you a bit of an idea. That was the artwork inside. Just get up to the front there. Yep. And we had quite a few characters in that we did. We had Red Gum, and
apologies for that. I think every now and there are some issues. We've had this earlier on where there's a bit of issues with the connection over with Gary. But while he's, while we're waiting for him to do that, Ben, you're watching there, who's the artist for Gary here on what's it, Toby? Yeah,
Toby.
On, if you're interested, I'll send out a link and you can come on. Just let me know if you do. And we've got Gary back. So carry on, Gary. We lost you there for about a minute.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a little bit of a problem with the internet, but hopefully we'll get through it okay. Now, the Torn series is we've just got stuck into that. We've had a massive canon going ahead with that, and we've just officially released issue 3, which is done quite good actually at the moment. And if you followed Peter Lawson as an artist, you'll notice that his work is getting incredibly more professional as he goes along. It's a bit like, I don't know if you remember over there, you used to have a comic called Strips, and it had Colin Wilson in it.
All right.
Yeah, that's he's now a very popular Western artist that now sells all his products through Europe and etc. And
Cool.
We're very lucky with Colin, and he used to live in New Zealand, but now he lives in Australia. But we're very lucky. And
is he Australian or is he Kiwi? And he's done like every other Kiwi is run across to get some pretty Aussie wife, or make some quick buck over in Darwin, or what's the deal there?
Look, I'm not sure. I think he was originally from overseas, as in New Zealand, which is where you are. But
yeah.
I'd have to look it up for sure. But the beauty about it is that with strips that you put out over there, and it was sold throughout Australia, he became very popular. And what happened was that he's very well known in Europe now for Westerns. And what happened is, if we get back to the original area where we started, which was the anthologies, and I know you've got a very good one over there, which I get a hold of it whenever I can, is of course Reverie. Right.
So here's what we're going to do, Gary. I'm gonna take you back to 2018, and we'll go through those later. So you mentioned getting it like the newspapers and stuff in the beginning. So let's start with the early years and how you guys got set up, because a lot of people, kind of like don't know, think that like suddenly you're here and you're doing comics. They don't realize the journey to getting there, and how you go about getting artists to work with you. I know you got Ben Sullivan, who I noticed when I look in the credits of the video we played with about Toby and the magic pencil, his name came up. So how did you go about setting up? Because one thing really freaked me out, and I was like quite excited to hear that somebody gave you free comics and lots of them because you were interested, and then you were able to sell those and put a deposit down. I mean, I'm surrounded with comics about that who could do that for me, right? Yep. But I don't, and because I'm so in love with my comics, and I know I'm going to pass it on to my niece and nephews one day, and they'll be able to do whatever they want. But in the meantime, I get to enjoy them, But tell us, you were talking about like the newspaper and stuff. So walk me through the journey of that. First,
So the original Reverie was because I loved comics and I read a lot of them. I always thought that we'll put something out eventually. And then what happened one day, just out of the blue, we decided to get a few people that I know, which is very interested in comics, and a lot of them do write. George Hall was one of them. Paul Harris was another one. And we just got together in a couch area in a house and said, all right, let's put out a comic. So we actually did that. And we found that it was more. We weren't worried too much about the cost of it because it was more of a hobby, but we actually enjoyed it. And ever since then, we haven't. I haven't stopped. But there's like-minded people out there, as you know. And what happened was that because of the life gets in your road, you got married, 6 kids, etc. What happened was that sort of stopped for a while, and then basically I got back onto the Facebook area and I got a lot of people from the previous early days saying, well, why don't you do it again? Why don't you start up again and get things going? Because Australia was very slow with comics and putting out a lot of comics. And I says, okay, well, let's do it. So we did a test run and we did a Kickstarter. And the Kickstarter was this particular one. This is the one that we tested it on.
So when was this? When did you do the Kickstarter for this?
That was 2018. And this is like a trade just to see how it went like.
Yeah.
And we had so many different people say, okay, we're going to do it. And they contacted me and we just put them all in. And we just, and it was such a success that we thought, okay, this is great. But this is 144 pages.
Right.
So what the issue was is to, if you're into comics, because we've done it as a showcase and it's a non-profit sort of issue, we wait for people to come up with their contributions and wait till they finish. In a lot of cases, that takes a while because their life experiences get in the road.
Yep.
So 144 pages turned out to be very detrimental in the end because it would take so long to get the second issue out.
Yeah. And I think, and then when you're collecting it, and that means that for issue 2, you're not going to have enough. And once again, I'm just waiting for Gary to get back on. So I think,
so what happened? You're right there, and it takes a little while. So what we did, we decided to put out 2 anthologies, and both in 2 different categories in the sense it's still an anthology, but there's a lot can go in it, whatever you want as far as anything goes, because we found that if someone doesn't like one particular comic strip, they'll like the others, and because of the quality or the what they want, say it's a Western or whatever it is, they will come back. So what we did is we put out Reverie as a 52-page one, and we found that with the backlog of stuff that we're building up from 2018, we've got enough to do about 8 issues. So what we did is we slowed down in the printing process, picked the better material, and then put it out for people to have a look. What that did was that everybody around Australia has got to know Reverie as in Reverie Publications, and they know that contacting us. We've got a massive amount of people contacting us around Australia, and actually, believe it or not, New Zealand's starting to contact us now. A lot of artists over there, which is really fantastic. So we've put out the 2 anthologies. That's Reverie itself, which was this particular one. We just did entry 3 a while back, and that's where I was talking about the art-wise in it, and just give you a little bit more of an idea. And then, of course, what happens is you've got different types of styles.
Yeah.
And you actually, in this particular one, you've got, Kevin Jenkinson?
No, I don't know many, individual artists. Like, I've been for years, like for decades, it's just been American and British work for me.
Well, that's a New Zealand artist. That's Phoebe. That was in the original comic, so we reprinted that, but we coloured it to make it a bit more up to today's standard. And then, of course, working through it, the amount of styles on it is such a big difference. And that's Colin Wilson. That was his original strips that he used to put out in strips, and that's what that particular comic strip itself went right around the world, and he got because it's so professional, he got a lot of work out of that one. Yeah. And he's kindly given us permission to reprint that one so that everybody can see what the original work was. But what happened was, going back to the original anthologies, that's Reverie, what we did is for the fact that, as you know, there's zines out as well. So what we did is a lot of the people that are putting out zines at home and all that, they submitted a lot of work as well to us. But we had to start picking the better quality ones out. And then what happened was we put out a comic called Vex, which covered that. Now, Vex was a zine that we put out. I don't know if you can see that one, but that's number 2. And that's got all sorts of anything from horror to daily life stories based on either drugs, depression, to horror stories, to just basically just showcasing people's talent. So we put those 2 out, and we're very lucky with those 2. So they're actually selling quite good. We're actually going to put out Vex 3 in the next couple of months now, and that'll be good. Right. But leading, and that was, just remember, that was original Reverie. So that was really a nice issue, but it just couldn't be sustained with 144 pages. Right. What happened then was that we put these comics out, but we also at the same time. Back in the 80s, I wrote quite a bit. I had about 32 rough scripts and synopses for comics. And because we shut down the comics, I didn't go ahead with them. So most of these scripts were sitting there ready as either scripts or synopses. Yeah. So what I did is, to help people out and try to get back into it and try to get a lot of people showcased, especially writers, they did a lot of writing for me, which they still do. There's Rob Lyle does a lot. Hayden Sparrow, he does a lot. And what we did is we put out a superhero, which I mentioned before was Torn. Now, Torn was interesting. He was dropped here in Melbourne back in the early 60s, and of course he was an alien, and they left him here as a baby, and he's just grown up in Melbourne as far as that goes. But he was damaged by he's got a special ability where he can absorb powers that suit him. So, but what happens is he's got this. This is actually this one here that you're looking at now is Torn itself. And what happened was that he's flawed. He's very flawed in a lot of the way he does things. He's very arrogant. And that's what we like about characters that are not quite right. Yeah. But with Torn, we're very lucky because that's Bullet Bong. She's one of the.
That's actually, hold on. That's pretty cool, right? Billabong is pretty cool because straight away you know it's Aussie. I know it's Aussie, and people in New Zealand know it's Aussie because Billabong is a watering hole, isn't it? If I remember right, right? Yes. Like a creek. Yeah, correct.
And it's got Mr. Toad. Or Mr. Kane is because he's a cane toad in it. He's all right. What happens with this is an extra one that we put in because sometimes people will send in extras, and we put them in the comics as well just to give them a bit of a showcase. But this is our favourite piece. Is Mr. I, Seymour I. His name is. He's got his own detective agency, and he knows everything.
Right. Yeah, so it's really interesting. And by the way, Nugget, since you're watching, I'm kind of like, I was thinking about talking to you about doing something like this for me, as an ad for our, Kickstarter and stuff. Let me know, if you would be interested in that.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, so I like the whole way you guys are doing. I was talking to Ross. This is Ross over here. He's a caricature artist in New Zealand, very well known. So when you're I'm looking at this, the way you're putting these ads, and they're amazing. I think a lot of people I'm getting blown away the work that goes into that. So I was going to talk about that later on, but we're talking about it here. How do you guys go about who does the animation site for you guys and putting the edits the videos and all this together? Because it's very well done.
Yeah, the editing is done by a good friend that's over in America. and he's hard to get a hold of because he's so flat out with a lot of stuff. But he does a very good job. I think he's gone for commercial now, so that's probably a bad thing for us now because we might have to pay for it. But but that's the way things go. You know, when they get a lot of product out there, they do get very popular. And I found that with a lot of if you get good trailers, especially for Kickstarters, you do very well.
Yeah.
You know, as long as you've got the product.
Yeah.
And the one thing with Kickstarters is you have to have it finished, of course, and you do quite well out of it, especially if you get that good reputation. But Torn.
Let me just go back to it really quick. There we go. So, tell us about like the character and what the story. We've looked at some of the different characters, but what is the story about Torn itself?
Torn has a number of stories actually, and Torn is just basically he's just floating around Australia trying to be someone without causing too much trouble. He doesn't like humans too much, but he has the ability to talk to animals, so he loves animals. And of course, what's happening with that scenario is that he owns a vet shop, and obviously he does really good because he can talk to the animals. So that's sort of more of his income, and he tends to try to keep out of trouble. But as with most things, a bit like a gunslinger, once they know that you're there, they tend to you get all the loonies and all the villains and come towards you. You know, they just like moths. It's like moths at a light. So that's just one of those problems.
So, like you said, he doesn't like humans. So, who is he? Where is he from?
Look, if we told you that, you wouldn't read it, you see. So at the end of the day, we like to, with these comics, what we've done, we haven't gone straight out and told, the readers what exactly is going on. We like to, in the canon, we like to give little bits and hints as it goes along. And we do that with a lot of them. Another good example of that is Rick McClune.
But like I mean, if you give me a bio about, like you said, he's a pet shop owner, he's able to talk to animals, but does he have family? Does he have kids? Is he on his own?
He's a loner. I get you. Yeah, look, he's a loner. He's he has got friends. Red Gum's his good friend, but although they tend to have a bit of a conflict every now and again because, as with a lot of the heroes, unfortunately they tend to, when they get in battles, they make a bit of a mess every now and again. With the fight scenes and that. So that's something that they tend to get stuck into each other about. But it's just one of those things.
Is this like a superhero comic book, like a team book?
It's a bit of a loner, but he does tend to have quite a few stories with Red Gum and a lot of the other characters. But in the future, there are quite a few stories that are coming up just by himself, which causes a lot of issues as we go along. The beauty about it is that we've got some really fascinating characters coming up soon that are really spectacular villains, and it's going to be very interesting. But
so let's get back before we go into other stuff. Now, you've said you've been writing and stuff, and you've got synopsis. So my job is basically to write a letter and design it for our books. So tell us about the writing process and how long, like you said, you've been writing for a while. And when you're getting people on to write comics, are they bringing comics to you already written, or are they working on your stories or working off ideas that you have?
When we look, some of the ideas, there's a number of ways we do it. There's one particular way is that, for example, Torn is that we've got quite a few synopses where we say this is what we want in the issue, this is where it's going, and then we give the writer the complete reins to just do what he wants, fill it in how he wants it, which it's much better for the writer, and it gives him a bit of makes it worthwhile for him in the end, because it's actually his work sort of thing. The other ones where people will actually do a complete issue, and then they'll use the Reverie logo to print the comics.
Right.
And then that'll expand not only their books because it'll get out there, but it'll expand everybody else, which is what's happening a lot of the times.
Sure.
And I'll give you just a quick example of that. We've got Rob Lyle's Vamoose. under the Reverie label.
Mm.
These are great starters for a lot of people. We've got fabulous bush pigs.
Oh, we got a bit of stall again. So, I mean, I do like, this is what I like about, creating as a New Zealander, right? So all of the things I do for our books, there's always going to be some sort of touch in it about New Zealand because I want to make it New Zealand. And I like what you're doing there and making it about Aussies as well, right? With the bush pigs and stuff. And then you got like billabongs. So tell us about the actual Aussie books by Aussie creators, because tell us a bit about that bush pigs one.
The bush pigs is a fantastic story about a band that sing in the outback, and of course they're just pigs that sing out there, you see, and they're very good that way. We just got together, a very good friend of mine, and his name's Alan Rose, and we just got together and says, okay, well, let's put out a comic and just see how it goes, and that's what we did. And it's one of those things where you just
it looks like we're gonna have a problem with the Wi-Fi all night. So hopefully you guys don't mind. But like I said, if you guys got any questions, I will. I like to interact with the chat. That's why we do the live streaming. So any questions you have, Nugget, if you got anything, let me know, and I'll ask. As well as if you're still here, Ben, let me know if you would like to come in and in between, the stall that sometimes we have with Gary. I would love for you to add something as well. So if you're interested, I'm gonna put the link out in the chat, and you can jump in there. Come on, and I'll help Gary out in between when he's not able to come on and has issues with the Wi-Fi there, with the connection. So. Here we go. I think we got him on this one. Okay.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a nuisance here, haven't we?
Yeah, but it's all right. We'll get through it.
Yeah. Look, where we were before is the Alan Rose has been going for quite a while now, and he's had his own little books out, and he was very popular. He was right throughout a lot of the newspapers in Australia, doing the little strips for the newspapers. And that makes it's very hard now to do newspapers, as you're probably well aware, because a lot of them have dropped the newspapers. So that makes it very hard. But you've got to try every avenue you can for your IP. And that was a good thing about Alan. He did the Bush Pigs comics, and I think he really loves it, enjoys it, like all of us that do the comics. And I think he's got his next lot of comics coming out very soon, which is going to be interesting. Okay. But to give you a bit of an idea. Rob Lyle's another very good one, as I mentioned before, with the Moose. He also put out an unusual one, which was called The Devil's Toilet.
Right.
So that came out a while back too, and that was quite popular.
Yeah.
So there's been, and obviously it's only a few of them because we're getting quite a few of them all the time. What happens is a lot of people come to us, they put them out under the Reverie label, they find that they go all right or they're enjoying it, and then they start doing the tables at Comic Cons or any local events, and they enjoy it. It's a bit like me because I like to go to a lot of those places. I'm not too worried about sales, but I love the social side of it. The social side's very good. It's good to talk to everybody.
So, Nugget's got a question. He goes, the usual thing for anthologies for artists is that they are paid by a copy or 3 of the final comic, as I understand it. Is that how you do it? So basically what he's trying, from what I understand, he's saying as payment, you just give them a couple copies of the comic. Is that how it's done? Or is it
yes. For example, we've just finished Vexed 3. And most of the people in there will get free copies. They also get the option of buying how many they want, cost price for the printers, and selling it on their own tables. So that's another little incentive to us. I'm just wondering, do you have shared content?
Yeah, you can do present. The problem here is I think that you might get issues with your Wi-Fi. But if you use at the bottom it says there's a plus sign on the TV screen there and says present, and you pull that up and say share share, it'll tell you that you can do that.
Yeah.
So try that if you like.
I'll just try that. But anyway, what happened is we just finished Vex 3, which is now sent out to everybody. And what we do is, because it's a non-profit comic for showcasing everything, what we've done is we've got everybody's work in it. And what happens then is that the WIP PDF goes out.
Yeah.
It comes back in with any corrections or anything they like to change in it just before it gets printed, of course. And what happens is then it's printed. We send out the issues to everybody, and then they've got the option of.
I think one of the things I like, for whenever we get guests and stuff, and it's just, not always, but sometimes I get I always ask for 3 images. And so that's what you'll see on the promos. I get to choose from the promos and I, for the images, and I put that up, which I, finding the best one that I think would be more interesting for people to see, and as well as trying to give them a really good idea into who, what the guest is producing. So you'll find if you're going to be if you would like to be a guest on our show, as long as you're out of Oceania for this podcast, send us send us an email, the chat, I'll put a link in the chat email. Which is what which is how Gary sent me through some information, and I was able to put it out. So thank you for doing that. Because apart from that, I don't know much about this, and seems like Nugget, of course, seems to know more about this than I do. So especially about your your publication, which is why when you asked the question, I was like, oh, okay, that's a cool question. So tell us a bit more, because it is a charitable publication. It's not like a normal standard studio. So how do you guys go about setting that up as a trust thing? I think I've lost them again.
What we do is all we do is setting it up wise is that we get a lot of people writing in and asking us, can you print this for us? Can you print that for us? Of course, with everything that we get sent in, we sort of have to go through it. We pick out the better comics, and then of course we put them in. What happens is it's a bit like a domino effect. Once you're with a lot of the anthologies are funny because in most cases you sell 1 and 2 fairly reasonable because everybody wants issue number 1s anyhow. But a period of time they tend to fade off and then go by the wayside sort of thing. But we've been very lucky with Reverie and Vex is that they're still popular, they're still selling okay. So we're quite happy with that. And that's probably more so because we're picking and choosing what goes in it. So if we get a lot of content in it, we can choose that, and we can put at least 80% of good quality products in it, and still showcase newbies or newer people that are coming on the scene, which is what the scene does need. It needs encouragement for a lot of things. And,
so Gary, before you carry on, I've got a gentleman in chat. In the back room, in the green room, and I'm just wondering if you know him. It's Thomas Stanfield.
Thomas Stanfield.
Stanfield.
Oh, Stanfield. Yes, I've heard of him. Yes.
Is he one of your workers? Because the link was only for Ben, so we've got to, because I'm not putting anybody in here that I don't know that's not from Oceania.
Look, I haven't. Ben, have you got a link for Ben?
Yeah, Ben's got the link, but I'm not sure who this gentleman is, and so I'm not going to kind of bring in somebody who isn't part of Oceania.
That's fair enough. But getting back to the original statement that we do encourage a lot of new comic people coming in, especially the younger ones. And what happens is behind the scenes, we don't tend to promote it too much. But if an educational area comes, event or school comes up to us and asks, look, can we get involved in this as an art course? We do that, and we send them a lot of Toby number 1s to encourage people and say, look, this is what you're capable of. This is what you can do. So it's a good thing for a lot of people. But a lot of times I can't showcase a lot of things, but this particular one I can.
Right.
This is a This comes from Warrnambool, and it is a school down there that teaches artwork and a lot of other bits and pieces that it's all creative. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. That's awesome.
And the school, these are all 13, 14, 15-year-old kids.
Yeah.
They've done their own comic and put it out. And it's a one-day studios. If everybody wants to look it up, it's in Warrnambool.
Yeah.
And that was we printed that and got that out for them, and we looked after them. And look, they are absolutely wrapped. And the families are wrapped, the teachers are all wrapped, and that's what we do. We do a lot of that sort of help with to try to get that seed going. We've tried to get the comics are hard sell in Australia. It's probably in New Zealand as well, I'd say. But if you get enough people out there and they're buying the comics, which they are we sell a lot at the shows. We don't tend to go to the bigger shows because they're very expensive to get as tables, and you have to sell a lot of comics. But a lot of the little shows we do quite well. Right. So we're very, very lucky there.
Yeah, I think there is, like, I was talking to a Brazilian, one of my artists is from Brazil, right? And we're talking about like the whole idea and the concept of and the mentality of people. See, he would be more appreciated in his country if he was doing well overseas, right? If he was published overseas. So his book with me is going to give him a name locally, because now he's being published through an American publisher on a book by a New Zealand, studio. And so he'll then can go and say, hey, I'm published by, working with a New Zealand studio published in America, right? And so I think a lot of Kiwis and Aussies have that same feeling. Like, you're better if you're recognized overseas, then people appreciate you more, but your talent isn't appreciated locally until you're, so you can work your ass off, and locally, and nobody would care. But the moment you got a rubber stamp from overseas saying, hey, this guy did really well over there, and it's the same book even, but it's published by another publisher, right? An American publisher's got a stamp of America. It makes you, everybody looks up. And so that's why I think a lot of people, local comics don't sell that well unless you're really well known by your peers and they are, trying to push your book for you. And this is why I do this, because I want to push other people's books that is, all over, because I think there's a lot of talent, and I'm learning there's a lot of talent that I haven't even seen before. And that's why I bring you guys on, and I want you guys to approach us and be able to promote this, because I think these books are freaking brilliant, and because there's so much talent. Like you were holding up before, The Devil's Toilet. The artwork on that is amazing. The cartoon style of that is amazing. It's probably right up there with friggin', the art style there is up there with a Family Guy, and The Simpsons. So, tell us a bit more about that artist, and show us a bit more of the pages if you're able to, Gary. And also apologies for the gentleman that came on before. Like I said, this is only for Oceania. There is other ones that I do that is for international people. So if you reach out to me, email me, and I'll have you on if you're a comic book creator, right? If you're an indie creator. So don't feel like I'm just trying to push you aside. This is for the Kiwis and Aussies and Pacific Islanders. So show us a bit of that book, Gary. Thank you.
Rob Lyle has been he's been doing a few comics for quite a while now, in the sense that he's done some very interesting ones, and this is his Devil Toilet #2, which is quite interesting. Now the style, he's got his own unique style, which is fantastic when you get artists that have their style. I don't know if you can see that. That's
perfect.
Yeah, he's got a very good cartoony, beautiful style, very popular, and he writes really well. He's actually done quite a few torn stories.
Right.
So that's his style. Now he's doing well out of these comics, which is quite good. He's as I mentioned before, a lot of the people come to me when they first start, and put a lot of things out,
Yeah.
And then they go off on their own later on and do their own comics, and they've got a head start because a lot of people behind the scene come to me and we put the comics together. Then they go off and push and promote their own thing.
Right.
Rob Lyle is an absolute brilliant example of doing that, and he's doing well out of that, and he's getting a lot of work now from doing that. Another particular person was more of a writer, and he's done his own IP, which is this one here, which is Sky's Caravan Library. Peter Lane is his name. He's the creator. And he's basically done 3 issues so far, and he's working on the next 4.
Yeah,
and that gives you a bit of an idea. It's got the beauty about it is he's got a lot of Australian artists that give you a bit of an idea of the style in it.
Yeah,
and we're very lucky with when we started off Reverie, because we've always got to the point where we try to put out the best quality, and we're always evolving that as we go along, to make sure that when we do put out books, they.
I love the logo on that. Can you hold the logo up? Because one of the things I find really sad about a lot of creative people is that they'll do amazing artwork, interior covers, but they don't put a lot of work in their. No, the other one. Sorry.
This one,
yeah, they don't put a lot of effort in the actual working on their logo, because that's the very, very first thing people see on a bookshelf. Is the name of the friggin' book.
Yeah, it has to stand out. It has to stand out, or it has to have a gimmick. Probably, if you reckon that's good, you probably don't. Torn's basic.
Yeah, but it works, right?
Yeah,
it just works because you got this tear underneath it. You can have a simple logo if you actually, have something interesting about it. And I like the way that is. Like you can see there, the bottom of it's torn, right?
Yeah. We have a number, and with all the Torns, we've done a lot of pre-printing for future issues with Torn, and I'll give you an example here. This is another issue that we printed up. We print them up as a lot as black and whites to before we start. Here's another one.
Yeah,
that's Torn again. That's a sort of a future sort of type story where he meets himself, and he's arrogant as well. That's believe it or not, that is Torn there when he was younger.
Yeah.
So very, he's calling his future self a loser.
Yeah.
So that gives you a bit of an idea. Now with Torn, we've had a number of like as I mentioned, we're printing a lot of the stuff in the future, and that's another one that's a Torn one. That's a bit of a filling in the canon a bit of what happened to him at one stage. That was written by George Hall. That one. That's a very good issue, and it's done well. And that's a bit of a cartoony style inside, which is by a fantastic artist in Australia. He's actually he's put out quite a few ones now. His name's Stuart Black, and he's put out his own run of comics, and he's up to about 21 of them now, I think. 21, well over 21 comics. But that is his style. So that's it's a fantastic, fascinating world at the moment to live in Australian comics. Here's another one. This is the one we just released now. This is Torn number 3 that we just released, and we just put it out. This is the interior. This introduces a character called Coral, and she's an entity of the Great Barrier Reef. Right. So she comes from the Great Barrier Reef, and she's more of a looking after the future of the reef in a sense. So that's her job as far as that goes. And of course, what's happened is also we couldn't have Coral without a villain, and we've had, next issue brings out a big villain for her, which is coming up next issue. With these as well, what we tend to do, that's the end. That's the splash page there for the next thing, which is Crown of Thorns, which is coming. That's another big villain that's coming, and Torn and Cole and Rebgun has to worry about that when they come. This is all.
All right, we've lost Gary again. I'm quite. One of the things I'm enjoying about this is seeing all the different artwork, right, and the different creators and different works they've been putting out, and it's really good to see that, and that there is like, I mean, for me, like today on Facebook, I put out that this year has to be the year that we all break out, because for Oceania comics, right, because I think for a long time it's always been like these are the, Aussies there, New Zealand's here, and that's there. I think if we, by doing all this stuff, seeing everybody's work, I hope that, like, people realize that there's so much going on that a lot of people probably haven't heard of, like I haven't heard of, right? And because we just in our own neck of woods, so seeing this is amazing. So you were talking about Torn, right, and Barrier Reef and the lady there. Now that's up to number 10. So how long has he been working on these, by the way? Like, it's
we've been basically, if you look at the number system on this one, we've been working on for future.
Right.
That's you see the number on that one. So what's happening is we officially released issue 3, but
right.
we've got issues up to about 60 that we're working on, and we're just slowly filling them in as we go along. And we tend to do the story arcs as 3 issues or just single issues. And the reason why we do that is that we can get a writer to write 3 issues. The artist or the letterer and also the colorist can work on that one. Then we can give the next 3 issues, and whatever happens, they just get slotted in, and then we're going to release quite a bit next year. Plus, also we do the 3 issues because it's a good amount, 28 pages or 24 pages, depending on which story content it is, to put into trades later on, which is our end goal. So that's going to be worthwhile. In a couple of years, we'll have quite a few trades out, and that gets. And just to mention that we going on the same tangent as artists that come in. This is another artist that come in. This is Martin Gammon he's from Adelaide, and as I mentioned, with a lot of styles, they do have a lot of their own unique styles.
Yeah. They kind of, for me, that looks like Swamp Thing, early 80s, the style of Swamp Thing art. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, but, and that's the beauty about it. You get so many different styles that it's not, it's just so fascinating with the amount of comics that are coming out. And that's number 1, but we're up to number 4 with those particular comics. And Worlds Within was another sort of, not so much an anthology, but it gives the opportunity to any artists that would come in that have a full comic. So on the horror science fiction side of things, we put it into this particular one. If it's a full comic. Yeah, so that's that one. Here's Rob Lyle again with his covers, his unique covers, and that was Sky's cover and library. Absolutely fantastic. He's actually got putting out quite a few comics himself now, which is good. He put out this particular one, which is not Reverie, but it's still Sluggish.
Yeah.
That's a very popular one over here now. It's about a slug that's got depression.
Yeah.
And, that's his style again. Typical style. Very nice.
Now, you mentioned you just like the horror anthology, right? The Worlds Within. Now, age group, like, how do you like, which ones are for older people, which ones for the kids, and, which one, what art style gets picked up more because of the age, or is it like kids, because I like to know how the customers, readers are dealing with these books, because it's interesting to see how Aussie customers are like compared to New Zealand customers when it comes to indie comics, and that scene. So do you want to talk a bit about that?
Look, it's one of those things where we go to quite a number of tables, and what happens is, depending on the area, we sell a lot more of one particular comic, or we sell a lot of other things. But we always find that the biggest selling is children's comics.
Right.
And that's why we put out the
Hold on. Here's the thing, right? So a lot of people are turning away from doing children's comics because they're thinking that older people are buying those comics. And you're not the only one who's saying this, right? Because I know I have an all ages book, and what I consider an all ages book, But then I also do a lot of like, teen plus and MR, but a lot of people are kind of like leaving the kids out because of that. And I think to hear that people, kids are more going towards comics now shows that they are interested in comics, even when we think they're not.
Oh, look, I agree totally. Our biggest, out of all the comics we put out, Toby is our biggest seller. We've only put out 2 issues so far. We've got number 3 coming out probably if all goes well, Ben will have it finished in a couple of months. Out of the 2 comics that we put out, we've sold nearly over 7,000.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's a massive amount for a Australian comic, whereas most of our average sales are up around the 500, 600, 700 mark, and that's it. So that's just one of those things. But with Toby, we're very lucky that we got it. We've encompassed everybody in it. So if you're a young girl, you can read it. If you're an adult, you can read it.
Yeah. Yeah, and for me, I think you can't leave the kids out. I mean, how the hell did we get into comics, right? It was when we were children. And I think by not kind of like including the young kids in the making of comics, right? Because we think, we got to have older comics. And yeah, we do. My thing has recently been like, I want kids to grow up reading my younger, all ages, and then teen when they turn teen, then reading the MR when they turn, 18, and then so on, because you want to create a universe for them to grow into and be able to read all these different age groups as they get older. But so I like this that hearing that the kids are really are they out buying, I should say, the parents, are they out buying for the kids, or is it like the more older ones that selling more?
It's a family thing. The parents are buying it for the kids. The younger kids up around the 9 and 10 mark, they usually pick it up. But a lot of cases it's the parents, and the parents want that sort of event to not only get them into comics, but to get them reading. And I think a lot of them, from my feedback that I've got, is that they like reading it, the actual comic to the younger ones as well, because they enjoy the pictures in it. And that's why with Toby, we've tried to make it fast, furious, like the old Donald Duck adventures, because they were popular too. And we've been very lucky.
I'll just stop you there for a minute. I was at doctor's today, right? Getting a checkup, getting my ears and all that checked up. And she said to me, because somewhere, it was noted that this is what I do. And she said, my son came to me recently and said, hey, I want Mom, I'm going to buy a graphic novel, right? And she's around about 40-ish, and she turned, and I go, I understood straight away. And she goes, but I was like, I thought he meant that the blue box, right? And I was kind of shocked. And then he said, no, it's this, Mom, And I was like, this is, so we started talking about it. I showed her, she had a computer open. I said, this is what we do, risingsuncomics.com. That's, I'm a director on there. I, here locally, I do this. And she said, next time you come in, bring me one of your comics, and she said, talk about boys, like, this is the medium that boys get into that allows them to learn. And a lot of people are like rubbishing it because I think it's kid stuff. But listen, freaking comics is what will get your boy, if you're a parent or grandmother or grandfather or auntie, uncle, who you've got like a niece, nephew, whatever. Boys will learn quicker if you get them into a comic book that is about what they're into. Get a sports comic book, right? Get a motor racing freaking comic book for their age. Why do you think manga's doing so well? Because they have something geared to them. And so I'm glad you've got something going here that is aimed at, all ages for guys and girls, young boys, young girls. And that is for me is attractive, because I think, we've had that with our own self. And Justin, I'm not sure if Jason Young is watching, is it Justin Young? He started doing things for kids as well. He said, people that turn up to the tables, right? Hey, do you have Spider-Man? Do you have that? And he's a horror comic writer, right? And And he goes, yeah, they, he does the sketches. They sell more sometimes because that's what kids are into. So yeah, tell us about the story about about Toby here.
Toby was an interesting one. I had a rough idea way back in the early days when I was younger to put out a comic, and I was inspired by a show that was on Australian TV. It was called Mr. Scriggle. I don't know if it was over in
Tell us a bit about that, because I can't remember the name, but I'm thinking of the after school special. So Kangaroo one might be the wrong one there.
Yeah, well, Mr. Scriggle was just because here's a rough idea of. We did an ode to him with a cover on Toby One, and we did an ode to the Phantom as well, because I grew up with him, so it was. So
did I, man. I was like, it's Phantom. You got to have grown up with Phantom being a kid.
We only printed a couple of hundred of this, and basically they sold out, and we were very lucky. And but anyway, getting back to the story, Mr. Scriggle was a TV show that became very popular, and what happened is someone will send in their scriggle, and then this puppet with a pencil on his nose would actually draw something out of it. And it was so well done, such a great artist that he'd draw pictures upside down, sideways, everything. And it was such a good show that it just inspired me as far as that goes. So Toby was sort of an offshoot of that, in the sense that what happened is that basically it was a magic pencil that was handed down through the years through the family. And whatever you had with this pencil, whatever you drew from this pencil, come alive. So just a basic, sort of thing. And what happened is when he drew something, he would automatically, that's the promo for Mr. Scriggle.
The magic of why I love this time in life that I'm living in.
Yes.
Boom, I've got this.
Oh no, it's great. You can bring up anything nowadays. But look, that was so popular in those days. Everybody at school used to watch it, and it was very, very entertaining as well, just for the younger generation. And so what happened is, anyway, with Toby, what happened is I decided to do that, and we did a tentative issue back in 2018, which was this particular one.
Yeah.
This was done by a very...
Oh, we lost him again. Well, I'll carry on playing that while we wait for Gary to come back on. And here's the thing, right? Have a look at the kids that are in this in the start, and watch closely that's the kids that are represented. Because right now everybody's about DEI representation, right? This is the 80s, guys. All nationalities are being represented in this kids show. Which is very popular, as as Gary was saying. So, yeah, carry on, Gary.
Yeah. So anyway, we put out Toby, which was a very popular book, and we had a popular artist to it, which was Dylan Naylor, and he had his own unique style, and he came up with some great characters, which was when I sent him the script, I had a rough idea, but he actually the good thing about the artists is that they not only look at the script, but they can enhance it and project everything off the page.
Who's the letterer?
The letterer on this one was this one particular one was I'll just go to it.
He's really covering a lot of the artwork there.
Yeah, look,
I'm a letterer, so I'm really very pedantic about lettering.
That's his style.
I use.
Yeah. Look, I understand that, but that's his style, and that's the way he does things.
Sure.
And what happened was we actually, it was a hit. It done well. The unfortunate thing is that we couldn't get any more work out of him because he was so busy. So we had to go and get another artist to do it, which was Ben. So Ben redrawed issue 1, and of course that's his style.
Okay.
That's his style there. And what we did was we come up with some great changes to it.
Right.
Very, very cartoony. That's Sid Sizzle, the dragon.
Really good. Yeah, I love the dragon, and the amount of panels is awesome.
Yeah, and we have Top Hat. Top Hat's was drawn by Toby.
Yeah.
And it's a sort of it's an in-depth story, but for the kids it's just a basically just a story that just moves along quite rapidly with all sorts of characters, and that's what the kids love.
Yeah,
They love the visual side of it.
that's it.
So
That's what it gets us boys into it. When you're
Yeah.
young kids, it's like, is it cool? Is it interesting? Is it like what the characters pop out of the page for us?
Yeah. Well, that's what it's all
Kids
about.
never change, right? I mean, the kids never change when it comes to comics.
Now, Toby was that popular that issue 2, we called out to everybody and wanted to see if they'd do a cover for us, just to get it. This is one particular cover that was done, and it was done in his style. And what happened was that we had quite a few. That was Renee. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. Fizers, I think. But on the back there was just a few there. We had 23 people did covers for that issue, just to showcase their talent.
Yeah.
And of course, Ben did the interiors again, which continue with his great artwork.
Awesome. Yeah.
You just can't. It's just something that's it's incredible. When you look at it.
Yeah.
And it just follows the artwork as we go along. And we have all these unusual characters. We've got the chair, and then we've got the advisor sitting in it.
Yeah. That's
So
really cool.
Yeah, so that's just something that was, and then we've got the pirates.
I love the colorfulness of it all.
Yes.
It's just so vibrant. It's not dull on any page, which is really great.
No, and that's why I think we've sort of hit the mark with it, because it's such a it's just such a good cross and balance between something that's dull, and this is really great. And the characters that are in it are such good. See, that's that particular one is that particular one down the bottom there is Pirate Blue Ring. So he's a pirate, and he's another one. So and it encompasses a lot of people, a lot of things that kids like. They like pirates, they like dragons. They like they've got a nice little girl in there that does well too, and she's represented in that particular one there. She's a dragon whisperer, and she's really good too. So it encompasses everybody that's in it. So they really like that sort of thing, you see. So we do.
I was kind of thinking, like, when you're saying that, like, it's also a team book, isn't it? It's not just about one person. It feels like it's a team book, and kids like team books. They like to be in groups. They don't like to be solo people. And so when you're reading Asterix and Obelix, it's the whole village, but there's also Obelix with them all the time. So tell us about, like, the story behind Toby, and how what's the purpose of apart from you got the pen and pencil and so on.
The purpose was to as I mentioned before, was to get out there and encompass young ones to get involved into comics. It's very hard to get people involved in comics nowadays, because you've got so much TVs, you've got movies, you've got games, so it's a hard progress, and that's why we like to push anything. But the beauty about it is, when we put out the original lot of comics that we put out, and we had Toby there, we had just about all the types of areas that you need to go to buy products. Like we had superheroes, we had science fiction, we had comedy, and of course we had kid stuff. We had even a Western. We put out a Western, which I'll get to in a minute. And what happened was that out of everything that we had, we always got a sale, because they'd pick something, see? So we just covered all the aspects. And the beauty about it is, once we got that sale and they read the books, they come back to us and say, well, look, it was such a good quality printing, it was such a good quality that you've done. It's a learning curve for not only us, but for them as reading stuff. Yeah. And we've done quite well out of it, you see. So the good thing about it is, if we can sell one off the table, they come back and get a lot more of them. And special, they might go and get comedies, they might go and get The Devil's Toilet, they might get science fiction, depending on what they are, you see. So that's the beauty about it there. With the kids side of it, like I mentioned, there's a lot of the families themselves, like the dads or the mothers, especially the mothers. A lot of mothers are buying comics now. They buy the young ones now, and they actually read it to them and they encourage them to do it, and especially with the boys. A lot of them are encouraging it to it. And you can see the excitement when they come back. When we sold the first issue of Toby, it was quite interesting. I thought, oh, well, we sold quite a bit of them. But the really good thing about it, that really lights up and you smile, is when they come back and say, you've got issue 2. And yes, we've got it. And that's really makes it all worthwhile doing it. And now that issue 3's coming out.
Hold on. So you talk about issue 2. So is each book a single issue, or is it like a continuation?
It's a 6-story arc for the first one. Right. The reason why we did that is because we want to put it in a fairly good hardcover later on. Once it's a trade and then a hardcover, so we needed to do that to start with. The next story arc is a 5-issue one, and the next story arc is a 4-issue one, continuous onwards after that. Right. But so the good thing about it is that we encourage people to come back, and sometimes it works with some people, but a lot of them they just come back. Yeah, we've got so much involved in Toby. It's very interesting. We started just getting 3D images done of all the characters, so we'll have them. We'll have them probably at the end of the year. Obviously, with the T-shirts, we're starting to do T-shirts. We're starting to get a lot of posters out. We're starting to look for people that can actually do more of these U-Boot trailers, which is going to be interesting. Like I said, it makes a big difference if you've got trailers out there.
Seeing how there's so much kind of, I could say, interest in it. Have you guys been like approached by anybody to say, hey, we'd love to do this like for Aussie TV or something like that? Is there, like a short animation and ideas like that?
We have been approached for overseas for printing comics, but the beauty about is you get a really good chance to look at their contracts. Right. And a lot of times they're not good. Yeah. I don't know if you heard about any of them, but a lot of them.
Well, I'm someone who's had their actual idea stolen.
Oh, really?
Right. Yeah. And it's and 2 movies were made of it. So I'm at the point where I never do that anymore. Like, don't even go out there and go, hey, And the weird thing about that is that a few years back, I had a movie that I was writing about that whole idea of having your contract stolen. and 10 years later, my spec whatever gets stolen. There's 2 movies made out of it, one in New Zealand, one in Australia. So I understand when you talk about that. Like a lot of people would just come in and go, oh yeah, give us this, but they want everything forever and ever.
I think the fact that it was stolen is bad enough, but I think the worst thing that you could have is you could sign a contract, but see, the problem is with a lot of them is that they tend to say, okay, well, we're going to use your characters, but we're going to do it this way. Yeah. And with everything happening with the movies nowadays, it's not a good feeling because it's not the way it was written. And unfortunately, you're probably well aware of a lot of the superheroes and a lot of the other new movies coming out now. The biggest downfall of these is that they're changing them so much, but they miss the point. And the point is that the reason why these comics and these characters got famous is because a lot of the males read them and they sold because of it. Nothing else. It's like 70% of males like this sort of content, and that's why they do it. Once you start alienating those ones and you start changing them to other areas, you just don't get the sales because it's a very small percentage. And that's what's happening, you see. And getting back to the contracts, I've probably had the only contract that looks any feasible is with Rick McClune for Europe. Right. But a lot of the contracts is that they do want to use them. Any offshoot characters they can make up as theirs, etc., etc. We can change this character if it goes to a movie and make it more acceptable for this time and age, which I don't agree with. So I've basically said no to a lot of them. And that's one of the things. So it's until you actually start reading these contracts, you understand. Don't get me wrong. Some of the genuine people out there that are doing some of the Netflixes, when they convert their characters across, they're usually done fairly good. in
Yeah.
a lot of the cases, but a lot of them aren't.
Yeah.
Rick McLean,
So
you've got.
we're talking about Rick here, and so let's talk about him a bit.
Yeah, Rick McLean was a funny character.
Oh, just lost him again. So let's I'll put this on with the start at the start again with volume, so you guys can watch this. Wait.
Y'all see a lone rider come through? The one with the mustache. The mean-looking dog and the less than sunny disposition. I drew a bead on him, but he ain't one to stay in them crosshairs long. They say the buzzards done followed him over 100 miles in one day. And it ain't because he was dying. It's because he left death in his wake. Calls himself Rick McClune. And they say he's the second fastest gun in the West. Stories about this man are quickly becoming the thing of legend. But you just have to read that for yourself. Coming soon to Reverie Publications. Issues 1 through 5 of Rick McClune, the second fastest gun in the West.
So when is this launching on Kickstarter? Or am I like way behind on all this?
You're way behind. This was an early piece. If you run the other one, which is a Rick McLean trailer, that was early piece too. These were used for the actual Kickstarters.
Right.
When they come up, we've just released Rick McLean number 6, and believe it or not, we're working on 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, and 12. That's what we're working on now. So that's the extent of how popular they are. And the beauty about these, as I said, there's a domino effect. Once you put one out and people start realising that you've got a Western out, and people love Westerns, what they do is they tend to contact us and say, look, can we draw something? Can we write something? And that's what's been happening. So we said, yeah, well, not a problem. We'll just we'll put you in the book, and that's the way it goes. So we've got all these great books that have come out that have a lot of different stories in it. We're getting a lot of artists from overseas now that just want to do Westerns, and we've had quite a few coming out. But we still, don't get me wrong, we still like to incorporate a lot of the Australian artists and a lot of Australian writers. And that's our main whole idea of Reverie, is to try to promote as much as we can in the area. And that's also something that we're getting a lot of New Zealanders now asking us, can we put this in, can we put that in, can we do something, can we write this, or can we do a Western? So it's a good thing, because it really encompasses what we want to do with comics. And the beauty about it is, what people don't realise is for the 80s, late 70s, 80s and 90s, and a little bit of the early 2000s, it was a pretty slow, dead industries, because there wasn't that much out.
Yeah.
So what happened was that in about 2012, they started getting a lot out. Also, Kickstarter sort of started earlier in the piece, and people have now started. A lot of people don't buy the original big titles anymore, because it's so good out there as far as the indie comics. You can get some fantastic stories, and that's what they're buying now, which is fantastic. We've noticed it right across the board. They're still buying Marvel and DCs and all that, but they're not quite as popular anymore now as what they used to be. But the indie comics now, you only have to look at you only have to look at the last 12 months now. The amount of comics that are coming out in Australia is absolutely incredible.
Right.
And it's a really, really good time at the moment to see what's out there. And Kickstarters is another good example of, if you look at what's on Australian comics now coming through Kickstarter, it's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So, and it's all good quality.
Well, I mean, just talking about that, I'm gonna put up. Last week we had. Let me just put this up here. Last week we had Sign Nation and the boys from the Mac boys. So let me bring this up, and this is one of the Aussie guys, as well. So we've had a couple Aussie guys on here. So.
Everybody who's somebody, they all want me dead. They all want me dead.
So that is, that Sign Nation, the Josh and Aaron, the team, creators of that, and Josh, the older one, if I remember right, is the guitarist on a band called, what was it? Oh gosh, now I'm going to forget. Anna, right? Anna, the band, and they're metalheads, sort of, and you can check that interview out from last week, and that was fun, like talking to these guys. And here we are talking about publishing stories, fictional stuff, but the boys are doing a what would you call it, a non-fiction comic, right? A real life story. And it was like really interesting to hear that, because I found that interesting, but a lot of people don't do that, especially with comics. It's like onto books and stuff like that. But so it's good to see that there's so many different stuff and stories and ideas and concept and different art styles that are coming from at this time, right now, which is really kind of really popped off for everybody being allowed to do that because of Kickstarter. And how have you found Kickstarter, right?
We found Kickstarter quite. We found it okay. We use it as another avenue. It's not a standalone one, because obviously at the end of the day you can get a certain amount of readers for it, and you can build up your mail readership as well, as far as the mail order goes. But you only use it as a just an extension of what you should be doing anyhow, because at the end of the day you want more readers, and Kickstarter will get quite a few of them, of course. Don't get me wrong, because there is such a big community, and a lot of it is you have to do a lot of the behind the scenes of getting out there and pushing your wares, and that's through tables, through cons, and we're lucky in Australia, because in Victoria it's probably one of the bigger areas that you can go just about anywhere, and there's always a table, there's a local creative fair. All these things are interesting, because even though sometimes you might go to them and you only might sell 2 comics, but that's 2 new readers. Yeah, and that's the way you look at it. But also you talk to a lot of people, which is fantastic, and that's the beauty about it. And you also you meet a lot of because you're creating yourself, and you're positive. That is a vibe that just brings so much in for 100%. You. It is absolutely. It's a magical feeling, and that's. Until you actually get out there and do it and actually enjoy it, it's one of those feelings that you just can't, you can't live without now, so it's been pretty good that way. But I think a lot of people don't understand
the need for shops, comic shops, the bookshops to get your comics into, and the other side, the events, right? That one-on-one connection with the mum, with the dad, with the kid, with the grandma, auntie, uncle that you have right there. And because I've noticed this a lot when I've done it. I mean, I've been myself, but I've always thought about just myself at events. But when I've been doing our plunge convention events, I watch their interaction of the kids with the things that are going on, getting their faces painted, sitting there drawing, and I've got a bunch of work I got to get out for kids that have done like the same thing you do, with the kids comic books you put out, right? So collecting all that and doing that, but also the interaction between my friend who's an artist, Shane Evans, and the guys that come up and start talking to him. It's like, oh, what are you using? How that, and then also we have a digital artist there as well, and she's like talking about the digital side of things as well, and that interaction is long lasting to the parent. A little bit for the kids for that moment, but the parents watching and listening, going, I wonder if and I always say to the parents, get them a pen and paper, coloring things. He or she, doesn't matter who it is that's watching, give the kid something to draw, and maybe they might pick it up, maybe they won't. But at least you got to take a chance if their interest is there to push that. And it's good to hear that that's where you're like-minded in that sense, that people, you need that interaction, you need to support those events.
Oh, you do. You need to go out there and the good thing about it is, I mean, apart from COVID itself, which basically killed everything off over here, and probably did it in New Zealand, it sort of slowed a lot of things down. But fortunately, a lot of people are getting back into them now, and we're seeing a lot more people come to these events. And especially there's some fantastic events that do. BenderCon is probably one of them that's in Victoria. That's a very popular one that people are going to.
What was it again? Sorry. What was the name again?
BenderCon. Yeah, that's a popular one. There are a number of other small events in Melbourne, and they are actually increasing. We're going to be at Geelong on the 24th of this month, and that's a brand new event for the whole township. So that's going to be something that's quite interesting. But that's happening everywhere now. A lot of little towns are even doing it. Have a reasonable amount of people in it, and that's the way we want to go to.
I saw the. What was it? Supernova. Supernova's, going to be coming on as well soon, isn't it?
That's right, April. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming up soon.
That's just next month.
Yep. The only thing that I find with Supernova is that the tables are very expensive.
That's the thing, right? And but here's the thing. Like, I've had like Bill Jarrett's from Armageddon, and one thing that like a lot of people don't understand is that those big cons bring in attention to the smaller cons when you have the smaller cons on, right? Yes. Because it's you, and those big cons need the smaller cons as well. They need that those little community events on, because the enthusiasm that those little ones fill out through the year allows for the big cons to exist. Because without those big cons or the little cons existing, people wouldn't care about it until that time. And it's this interest that garners over time that a lot of people don't understand. And Bill basically said to me, look, I need the little cons. I need your little cons, community cons and events, because you're keeping the interest in these events. So, and plus, that's where the people try out their work. They go to the little cons and see what work's going to sell, what work's not going to sell, what's interesting, what people are interested in, right? Which art piece that I should take or print more of. Then you show up there, or even like cosplayers, right? Cosplay is huge worldwide right now, and you can show off, test out your work and go, this is what it's going to be, but come and see me at that one, because by that time I'm going to be able to finish it. So I love the whole environment of conventions. And I think I think Justin was at an event at I think like a garden festival or something, and he's got his comics there and stuff like that, and people come up because there's kids go to that, right? Yep. Family takes their kids to those events. What the hell's a kid's going to do around friggin' flowers? Oh, there's a guy there selling comics. Go talk to him.
the beauty about it is you have to look. Reverie is our policy, and we've stuck to it. Is to be slow and steady, just very slow. We're not out there to get big time. We're just out to enjoy it, increase our readership, and we've been doing quite well out of it so far. And whatever happens is there's an old saying: "What's meant for you won't go by you." So at the end of the day, we just like the old tortoise, in the race. We just want to be slow and steady, put out good quality products, enjoy the time of everybody, and it's working. We're doing it well, and everything's going all right. But when you get back to the cons and all that, I think it's like a huge jigsaw puzzle. Everything is part of one big picture. Every little piece, it's like a part of one picture, and without them, you don't get the full picture. So everything helps each other. And you're correct there in what you're saying. The other thing that we do is you also when you think out of the box, you have to do a lot of other outside promotional attitudes. As far as I'll give you an example. With newspapers cutting out a lot of comics, this is a lot of the locals. This is a local Baronian Basin. But what we've done is we've got Toby showcasing in it.
Right.
So every month that comes out, there's a page of Toby in it that is out there, and it's good for the whole family. Yeah. So you get little things like that. You just have to think outside the box, and it gets you more sales in the long run. But it also enhances the overall philosophy of let's get those comics out there. Let's get the kids back into it. Let's get everybody enjoying it, because it's very hard nowadays. Even though I've said that there's a lot more comics in the world than what there ever was as far as titles go than ever now. Because if you have a look at all the comics, even if you just go through Kickstarter and have a look at it, it's massive. And you've just got to get out there and get those kids started off, because if you get them started off in the interest, a lot of times they go right through their whole life collecting comics. A lot of people get obsessed with them, and they got massive collections. I won't mention any names.
Same thing with us, right? I mean, that's how we got into it, and now I'm surrounded by the friggin' things, and it's been my whole life. I'm like, I remember the only thing as I took out of my divorce was my toys and my comics. Yeah. Right. I was like, I'm going to leave everything. You can have whatever you want, but I'm taking this and I'm out of here. Because it's the one thing that's always been consistent with me. It's like my comics, and now I'm creating them. And I think the joy is this, that like when you get in on young kid into comics, the love for the art, love for reading, love for spelling, and and not dumbing it down, right? One of the things that people think is just because it's kids' comic, you're dumbing it down for the kids. If you put in the hard, interesting words, kids will look it up. They'll go, "What is this, Mom? What is this, Dad? What does that mean? I'm having trouble with it." And then you can have a conversation with your kids about it. And then you realize that this is not dumbed down kid stuff, And I think a lot of times we try to think that kids, they can't learn something, but if you treat it as like an educational thing, as well as a good entertaining story, you'll find kids will be with it forever, and the great thing is they'll give it to their kids. They'll introduce their kids into it, and it's a lifelong journey with comics, right?
Oh, definitely. And when you put something in it that's worthwhile that people pick up, Toby's a good example of that, because in there's two armies, and the two armies, there's an army called the Rubouts, and there's an army called the Wipeouts. Now, basically, that was written to showcase what actually happened early in history with, the rub-outs for the racing, when they used to rub out their letters. And then there used to be the rubbers that rub it out, you see. So that was another thing that was introduced into it. So a lot of people picked it up, and a lot of people are still trying to struggle with it. But apart from that, there's a lot of other stuff that's actually in there, but it's whether people pick up on it or not. And when I get back to the promotional side of things, you have to think outside the box. We put out a Toby in one of our Kickstarters, which was 3D.
Right.
Yeah, so the whole comic is in 3D, and that was done by Franz Kempel. Yeah, Franz Kempel did that, and
I actually have a 3D glass, from from a comic. Like it's what was it like? I think it was the Legend, the League of Legends did one. You know, if you got the trade paperback, you got like the glasses with it, and I love that. I love something like that. You know, so I'd like to learn more about that. Gary, can you tell us a bit about that process of going out and doing the 3D glass thing? You know,
Look, it was an interesting. It was interesting 3D because, as you know, there was a big fad. It was such a big thing. You know, the 3D movies come out, 3D TVs come out, but with a lot of the comics and all that, it just stopped. You get a few trickles every now and again, but in Australia, basically 1940 50s was the last 3D comic that was ever produced in Australia. So that was a bit sad, but we fixed that. By 40 years later, we put out an Australian, completely drawn 3D comic, and that's again boils down to it's a gimmick, but it's an interesting gimmick because people, you know, they tend to buy it.
Can you? I know you've got inside, you know, bag and bone, and I don't like to myself, you know, take it out of the bag and bone. But can you look at the artwork, please?
Yeah, look, the artwork is pretty much the same because you can't tell that it's 3D unless you actually look for the glasses, unfortunately. But
you've also got the hold up the back cover because you've actually got that in 3D as well.
The whole comic's 3D. Yeah. Yep. Even the ads are 3D.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's we purposely we did the whole comic. We purposely did it so that we can actually officially say that it's the first 3D comic that's come out in the last 40 years, and it's actually totally 100% 3D and totally Australian drawn and produced. So we wanted to make sure it gets out, but we've done two this way. We've actually got a Kickstarter coming up soon, which is Torn and Southern Squadron.
Right.
Southern Squadron come out early in the before the 2000s, and they were a very popular superhero group back then. Dark Nebula was another one. And these particular comics, what I've done is I've tried to get a lot of people together, and we're just bringing them all back as much as we can. And so now we've got a lot of people on board, and we've got a Torn Southern Squadron 3-issue story coming up.
Right.
Now the first issue we're going to put out as a Kickstarter to see how it goes, and with any add-ons, it'll have a few other issues that'll be of interest to people that want it. Yeah, which is the way they'll get fill up their collector's items. Like good example is Rick McClune #6. We'll have it as an add-on, and that way they can, if they need it and they're collecting it, they can grab it that way too as well. So all these ways is another way you can promote things and get new people out there. And Toby the 3D on the stands is a gimmick, and a lot of people read it and a lot of people buy it because it's 3D. It's only got a limited print run, but what happens is that it's as long as we can get people interested in it, in reading comics and back into the game, or any new people are coming back, it's fantastic. And that's, like I said, it just puts a big smile on my face when I see that happen, especially at some of the shows and that. Yeah. But a lot of, and the newspapers are great for feedback because they get a lot of feedback as well. Plus, you're promoting your character and you're getting comics back out there, especially nowadays because a lot of newspapers are just not doing them anymore now. They just cut them out. I don't know what New Zealand's doing the same thing. Do they cut out all the newspaper comics?
I haven't picked up a newspaper in ages, to be honest. Like, but I haven't. The last time I looked, nothing. You know, like the local ones, nothing. But I remember offering Metro, which is run by our family friend of ours, right? Is it Metro? Oh, M. And I said to him, would you be interested in doing a 3-panel comic book, in there? And we didn't really get far apart from that. And, because we were just going to do it. Because I do a 3-panel comic, and it's called, let me just bring it up so I can show you, with one of my friends. And while you're talking about this, that's what I was thinking about. Like, I would love to, maybe send across some of this. And, I've did that with our Funtime comics as well. We offered something to do when we were doing COVID. I said, here's my lockdown New Zealand thing that I was doing, because I would just like to see something that we're doing elsewhere, because it's just a cool way to just be out there. I'm not worried about any money or anything like that. It's just like to have it there. So we did this whole thing with like this family here, right? So these family are from Aussie, right? The black sheep is from Aussie, and then you've got the American or Canadian teddy bears, or bears, sorry, grizzly bear and so on, and polar bear dad. And so it's like this kind of like a social commentary, father raising a young daughter who's in high school and comes out, goes work. So it's PJ and Shibi, right? So that's a Shibi, and this is PJ. And so it was just, kind of like satire kind of thing. And I thought, while you're talking, by the way, I was thinking I might ask Constantino, who is one of 5 twins, right? Is it pentuplet or something? Boys, and he's Greek, but he's living over he's settling down in Estonia, so he does the artwork on this. And I was thinking, like, wouldn't it be interesting to do that as a 3D thing, right? And because you never think about these things until somebody says something. And so I love the idea that how you guys are like, really, really trying to reach the kids, through what you're doing with Toby. I think that's fantastic, because it's one of the most important things that people are missing out on about comics is education, how educational comics can be, and I think that's quite sad, because they're thinking like, comics is dumbed down and it's just throw away things, but the whole idea of using it as an educational tool is kind of missing out right now in the modern era of comics, and because it's all movies and stuff. So why would you go and put effort into making a really good comic book that's also entertaining and educational? So I like what you're doing with Toby. I think that's really, really great. Now, is there any other books like that you do, for kids, aimed especially at kids this way?
We've got about probably another 4 titles coming out soon, but we've just in the very early stages of it. They will be down the same path. A couple of them will be very commercial, so we're just sort of we're just talking to the artist and trying to get a good feel about it. We'll have a cover coming up soon, which will showcase and as a spoiler sort of thing, and say this is what's happening. And they will coming up soon. Going back to Toby, Toby's got a good concept there, because what we've got some little educational books that are in the process of making, which is ABCs, colours, a lot of that sort of the kids love to have as far as that goes. So it is happening slowly. When you see that torn there, if you go back to that torn, that's original Reverie. That's one of the original ones. That torn is a teaser cover that's coming out for a story about the Figure-Majig. Yeah. Now the Figure-Majig is torn himself. That's his id from within. It's now come alive, and that's him. It's a bit like the old remember the old Lost in Space story, a bit like that. And unfortunately, he's got to deal with that now because it's affecting the world. So that's his another one of his flaws. So look, there's a lot of unusual stories that are coming up, which we're really looking forward to. Ben Sullivan did that cover. He's very prolific in what he does, and he's very good at what he does. Anybody that works with him, anybody that wants to work with him, should contact him, because he'll do any styles, anything that you would like. This is Mr. I Detective Agency. This is with the Torn series. People say, what are you doing? What are you doing? You've got all these weird. See, this is number 12, right? It's a 3-issue story arc, 11, 12, 13 in the Torn series. What I found and a lot of people are starting to realise this in the sense of what I'm doing, is what I found is when I was collecting a lot of the Marvels and the DC, especially Marvels, a good example, let's say Spider-Man, for instance. They had the initial run, which got up to 600 and something, and then they stopped.
Yeah. Then they get number 1 again. right?
Yeah, then you get number one. But it was not only that, is even when the original one was coming, you get another 6 or 7 issues out that were on the same characters. And then you get all the offshoots out, which, at one stage, I think it was about 32 issues at one stage about Spider-Man. Now, there's no collector that can, unless you're such a, astronaut or something, you get a really good job, with money coming in, can't do it. So it gets really annoying. So I think with a lot of people, including me, we stopped collecting. We stopped collecting those comics, and that was I've always had that in the back of my mind that any offshoot characters that we do stories of will always be in the Torn series.
Right.
So that once the collectors start with number one, they can go right through. They'll get all different covers. They'll get all different stories, and it'll be all in, like I said, it'll be all in one story. So it's a good for the collectors, and we're not having any offshoot shoot story.
Like a side mini series on this character or a side mini series on that character.
That's right. So if the character,
the whole crossover, the ruination of like the comic shop concept.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. It really was. You get some of those comics. They'll start in Daredevil, then they'll finish in Captain America, or they'll continue in something else. And you had to keep buying them. I mean, I understand what they were doing because they were trying to get people to buy other titles as well. But at the end of the day,
parents and kids don't have that money.
No.
And it's tough. And like I used to own comic shops. And so, that's why I said the ruination of comic shops, but I felt the ruination of my comic shop by freaking trying to go to the try to get because you don't know what's going to sell when they do the crossovers. And it's like 1 out of 20 of those freaking titles will sell. And it's like, you guys are messing with the customer base. And now that's why you have a failure of comic book.
It's shocking. You're not only messing with the customer base, you're messing with the comic shops as well, because those comic shops, the shelf space is valuable. You need comics that actually sell on it. You can't afford not to.
Yeah.
So they've got to be there. And when you get a massive amount of crossovers to other titles and that, it's not necessarily you're going to collect everything, are you? Even for the shops, it becomes a big fortune for them. So this is number 3 that we're working on.
Tell me a bit about, before we move on to the next one, tell us a bit about the Mr. I.
Mr. I is a person born with no eyes.
Right. Okay, we've lost him again. But I the one thing I want to really ask Gary, and I keep forgetting to, is who's the artist on this? Because I recognize the artwork. I just don't know who it is, but I recognize the cover artist, the style of this, because he's on a couple of them. And, like this one here, and I'm not so sure about this because it looks like
this one,
artist. But who's the artist on this?
That's Ben Sullivan.
So I know Ben Sullivan's art because
the
eyes is what gives me away on this. It's like I think might have something of hers. Was he over here ever, in New Zealand a couple of years back?
No, not that I know of. I think he's mainly stayed in Australia. But
there was like maybe about 2018 or something, 2012 or 13. I bought a couple comics from the Aussies because we had some couple of guys from Australia over here selling their comics, and I was like, yeah, I'll grab that because they look really good. And I had signed copies as well. So I'm kind of wondering maybe he did a cover for those guys or not. But carry on. Oh, we lost them again. Yeah, so if you guys are just joining us, thank you. I really appreciate it. Please hit that subscribe button because, I somehow turned off 2 people to my channel this week. It was like 209 and now it's like 207. So please, I would love to get to 500 by this year. So do we have Gary back? No, we don't have Gary back. So how about we go and look at his artwork, some more of the covers here while we wait for him, because he's been having trouble. If you're just joining him, he's been having Wi-Fi problems every now and then. But so this is one of the books, Rick McClune. It's a Western series. And what he was saying was like people from, elsewhere outside of Australia want to write, send in like stories or comics to put into this kind of like this Western comic book that he's got going out under the Rick McClune thing. And then you've got Vex here. Let me bring that down a bit. Vex is a collection of zines, the Best of Oz zines. If you know what zines are, it's hard for me to describe. It's like hodgepodge of stories, collages, and people telling stories by using a whole lot of different ways, and cartooning, lots of different things, posters, and just the ideas on that. And also, so this Reverie is their Reverie Comics, Reverie Publications version of an anthology series. So you can actually send in anthology, you can send in work, and they'll put it, see if it works for them, and they'll put it through as as anthology collected printed book. And this is one of the artists that were part of the first Reverie that they had out. And so this is, as you can see there, like it's beautiful work. I can't remember if it was Lyle, but was the artist there? No, I think it was somebody else, not Lyle. But you can see the awesome style, like so Barry Windsor. I think it's Barry Windsor Smith who did like what was it called? Swamp Thing, right? Amazing early saga of Swamp Thing, which made which huge, which is like the first comic where Alan Moore wrote and created one of my top 3 characters, right? Favorite characters, which is Christopher. Think of my character, Christopher Templeton. Now I've forgotten John Constantine, right? So that's what that one reminds me of. Now you've also got this here. You can look at Australian comics, and you go in the thing. All right, so we've got them back. So it's in the back. So weird. Okay. Then, sorry, Gary. I didn't realize. I was waiting for that click, for you to be back, and I didn't hear it.
Now, this is another one here. This is a great artist that's been around for a long time as well. Once again, we this is Neil Blandon, and once again they've just come up to us and says, look, we'll put out these comics. He does a lot of zines, and his zines have got his own style, as you can see. Yeah. And we put that out recently, and we actually sold out of every single one of them, which was quite incredible.
I would say you should have, right? There is no reason not to. The reason being is it's a very unique style, and it reminds me of the 70s style or the late 60s, and it's got a really, what is that called? The Freak Brothers, right? The Fabulous Freak Brothers. They just had a TV show, an animated show, where they brought that back. And who was that? Who's that guy from Zombieland? He was sorry?
Yeah, I'm not sure which one that one is you're talking about, but look, it does make a big difference, the style that you got too, because some of it's, look, with art, it's art's in the eye of the beholder, as you know. Yeah. And some are more popular than others, of course. And Neil is such a popular artist here. He does a lot of zines at the zine fairs, which is another avenue to get into if you want to start off new. Yeah. And with most people, about the zines anyhow. You just photocopied comics. They just put them up for sale, and some sell, some don't. But it's a really great way to learn how to do comics to start with. But Neil's been around for a long time, and we've just put this one out, and it's been a success. But that's the whole point of Reverie. So we just want to keep trying it in any way we can, and that's the beauty about it.
Yeah, I mean, I myself personally collect zines every now and then whenever I come across them. Yeah. They're great things. So I was just looking for the one recently, like my mates put out, and I've got a whole stack of them over there that I've collected over the years. There's just something really great about that because it's eclectic, right? It's the eclectic side of comic books, and it's just amazing stuff, right? I cannot downplay the importance of zines, because a lot of times kids can get into zines just being part of that scene. And it's wonderful to see, that, you guys are doing that as well. Have I lost Gary again? Yep, he's stalled again. So, it's really cool. And it just do have that, look at this. The artwork on this cover is amazing.
Well, that only came out, believe it or not, that only came out a couple of months ago, and we actually both both issues, that we put out, absolutely sold out. We went to a lot of the tables, and we had it showcased, and bang, they just went like that. And as you know, it's the detail on the stories are fantastic, but it's just his creative ability to draw such characters. Just really comes. But also, getting back to the zines, when you look at a lot of the comic zines, there is so much talent out there that it's really worthwhile trying to showcase, and that's why we put out Vex. Vex is a showcase. It's like your little the little 3-part stories that you had before. That would be perfect for Vex, you see, because that'll showcase, and people love that sort of stuff, you see, because they like all the unique side of it. But it's just one of those things that we find, we get a lot of stuff sent in now, and it's a bit like your the other thing that's always amazed me was the fact that the comic anthology that you put out over in New Zealand, we don't get many of them here. We don't see it. We've seen it in a couple of odd shops.
So here's the thing, Jason. Jason Lenny, who I was talking to him today because he's actually in Aussie right now, right?
Okay.
And what I was, what I said, because I was saying, if he could co-host tonight, because I know that both of you guys do anthologies, but he's with his mom, elderly mom, and so he wasn't able to do it. But I did reach out, and said to him to come on. So now he is doing a Kickstarter, right? And which is upcoming for Fun Time. And Justin, maybe and if, what number it is, but I can't remember. So that's coming up soon. And I wonder if this is the thing about networking, right? This is what I'm keen on right now. And we've talked to Justin, I've talked to other people, is that one way we can network and showcase, and this is what I'm thinking about, I've been doing with New Zealand and talking to people and saying, why don't, because I run a convention, I'm like, how about we box up various amounts of everybody's comics and we ship it out to every other convention. Once our convention's done, next month somebody else is doing it, we ship it to them, whatever's left. And we have a little catalog and we go, okay, this has been sold, and send the money out, and the next one goes there, and so on. And I think you guys could do that for yourselves as well. But I mean, it's going to take a year, right, to organize all this stuff. I know this much. And then also trying to get people on board to be able to do that, and not everybody's going to be on board with that, and now, where are we? Is this one of yours, Justin? I'm trying to remember. No, this one's Ryan. So we had Ryan send up a bit of stuff, and we got that out there. Basically having this because I wasn't able to go to one convention. So I said to my mate Rico, I said, hey Rico, you're going to be at the convention, take this over. And so he took that over, gave him the catalog and said, this is what we want. And let him know that this is what you've sold and so on. And then when it comes to, our convention, then we'll put that on. And I think this way, because look, I think people are a bit scared that, hey, I'm a creator, I want my thing. But guess what? Your thing might not be what attracts people to that thing there. But if you have, say, Reverie there, or you have Toby there, the parents will look and come over. And now their older brother or sister might be into the horror comic that you're doing, right? Or the parent. But the kid's got something. And I think a lot of people are a bit, worried about what if nobody buys my comic? Well, you will find out what actually sells, and maybe that your mate who now you sell comics will promote your one over there as well. And a lot of people are a bit scared about not being seen as promoted, and I think conventions allow. And events like that allow people to see what works and what doesn't work. So Justin earlier on said he likes that. So I think he's talking about I think he's talking about the bland. Is that what you meant, Justin? I'm not, which one are you talking about? Let me know. Have we still got you, Gary, or have we lost you?
Yeah, I'm still here. Still here. Look, I've been listening, and I find it quite fascinating. We've gone through that approach, and we found that I think you've probably said the magic word there was scared.
Yeah.
In a sense, yeah, I think that's probably where it boils down to, because a lot of people, there's a number of reasons, is that it's their IP and they want to get it out there, they want to get the sales up. But
Yeah.
in reality, anybody that does comics, including myself, know that it's very hard.
Yeah.
You know, I've been doing it for a while now, and I haven't parked my yacht yet. You know,
Yeah.
so it's just one of those things, and we're
And it's
doing
getting harder, right? And it is getting harder.
And
Because,
also,
like, yeah.
Also, what people don't realise is that most of
Yeah, and I had this same conversation about how hard comics is today in a hour and a half meeting with one of my artists from Brazil, and he was basically, saying to him, look, man, 400 comics a month goes on Kickstarter alone, just one website a month. And that's just one. Think about Indiegogo, think about Fund My Comics and all the other ones a month. And the fear, like I was mentioning, the fear is that and this is the thing, right? So I create my own comics, but so why shouldn't I just all day long promote my own stuff? Well, because my comics aren't ready, right? But other comics are ready. So why don't I promote other comics, right? Why don't I give them an audience, right? And why don't I, which is why I think networking is very important, because you're competing with so many freaking comics. And then why don't you just, because like I said, I create all genres, but they take time. One of my comics has taken 2 years to complete one issue because people have things going on in their life, and it's understandable. Now it's going to take another 7 months by the time we're ready for the schedule for that to come out into Kickstarter, right? Templeton, right? We finished the first friggin' 22 pages and they look beautiful. And I didn't rush my artists because those are amazing works, right? And so same thing, if you want, this is the difference about why people think, comics aren't, how come they're coming in late? Because we want them really, really good. I don't want to be ashamed of putting out work, and I have done that before, right? And so it's, comics take time, and like we're talking about, back to the subject, people are scared about, teaming up and promoting, and like, I think this fear is going to keep you back, man. The more afraid you are of not networking, the slower you're going to break out,
Oh, definitely. We find that all the time because, as I mentioned before, our biggest success is with the two anthologies, and the reason why that is because we've got a lot of people that love that idea where they can put it in there and they can get their own copies to sell themselves. And, and there's no skin off anybody's noses, because what happens is everybody that gets involved, they're promoting each other, plus they're inviting, and which is absolutely brilliant, because that's why we've sold out of, we've basically sold out of every issue now, because that's what's happening. Yeah. And if they want any issues, they just go and reprint them again. So it's really good that way, in that sense, Right. So it's up to them. The other thing that I was going to say is that we've been currently talking to a lot of other creatives that do their own anthologies, and we've come to the conclusion that we just get one title, and we have everybody contributing to it. And let's say that we say Reverie is the main one, then it can be sold over in New Zealand, printed over there, and that's it. And you put all, and it encompasses everybody, and that's another good example of what's happening, and that's going to happen very soon. Cool. That's just another avenue of it, and that's going to showcase a hell of a lot more, and it's going to get the word out there more so than ever. It's good that you say that Fun Comics in itself is going to do a Kickstarter, because you really need to get out there, because no one knows it over there.
Yeah, and this is the thing about like the other side of Kickstarter is this: not many people actually know about Kickstarter, which is why I say comic stores are important, and why events are important, because mom and dad's very busy friggin' running their lives, running after the kids. They don't even know what's available out there until you're out there and sharing it. And and so how, like we talked about like a Kickstarter earlier on, How many Kickstarters have you guys run? And how do I look it up? Is it under Reverie Comic Publications or?
We've run 3 Kickstarters since 2018, and we've been very lucky because we've sort of as you know, with everything we do, it's always an experiment.
Yeah,
and we're always learning as we go along. And Kickstarters is another avenue, as we mentioned, and that's a learning curve in itself as well. And it's another offshoot of trying to get new readers as well. And with the 3 that we've done were massive learning curves. And our next one that we're going to do next is going to be another massive learning curve because we haven't done it for a while. And and what happened was that I've got to relearn Kickstarter again because it's so many features that have changed now. You see, so
yeah, they changed something just the other day as well.
Yeah. So it's a thing in itself. The main thing is that we've learned from it is that as far as Kickstarters go, as long as you have a fairly good product, it's got a lot of readerships in it's available to a lot of different age groups, and you're pretty well right anyhow. And it's good quality.
I love this, man. I really love this, and
it's good, isn't it? Yeah,
it is really good. It's not a crime to support it.
Look, that was actually we're lucky because a lot of the artists out there, they always send us in little cartoons like this and little things which we use to promote it, and they're the best things. They are absolutely magic, and they go.
Oh, we lost Gary again. Yeah, so if you have any questions for our guest, Gary Dellar from Reverie Publications, chuck it in the chat, and I will ask them, because this is about interaction. As why we do live shows, because you can interact and say things and ask things, and if you got anything you'd like to know how to reach him, we can set that up and give you can check him out on Facebook, right? So and we'll talk about that in a minute as well, about like how to reach out to Gary to talk about being part of Reverie. So back to Kickstarter.
Look, this just getting back to Peter Player, he was in our Reverie issue 2.
Right.
Which,
let me pop that off and put you on solo.
Yeah, he's such a brilliant artist, and he's got that unique style again, and he's come up with the Fishman story, which is in the back of here, which will go to him, and he's got a unique style.
Right.
Beautiful style. He's cartoonish, and he's got such a great sense of humour that he just puts out just diamonds in the rough, with all these comic strips out, and it's all about the Fishman character. Yeah. This particular one's called the Collector. Yeah. Off he goes, and
is that a wraparound cover?
Yeah. Yep.
Can you just look at that. That's cool. I love wraparound covers. Always try to include a variant cover with the wraparound in our books. That's
awesome. They're a lot more mucking around with when you produce them, but I'll tell you what, they come out really nice, when you do them. And we've done a couple of those so far. The first one was a wraparound cover too, which I don't have at the moment. But like I said, they're very scarce at the moment because we're sold out of most of them, and we've got a lot of people asking for them, so we might have to go back and reprint them again a bit later on in the year.
Now, talking about reprint, just on the topic of reprint, when you reprint, do you go like second printing or third printing?
What we've done is, for the collectors, we've actually got to the point now where we've got little. If you look at this one, for instance, I don't know if you can zoom in on this one.
Let me pop it up. I'll just get up there.
You can't really see it, but over the top here, just underneath the issue number, there's a reference number.
Right.
And that reference number, in the original comics, it used to be in the indica, but now we've put it on the actual cover, and that tells you the month, the year that it was printed, so that if you're actually a collector, you'll be able to trace down some of the earlier prints that we've done. And And I mean, I must admit, there are only 200 or 300 issues, print runs.
Yeah.
In a lot of
So
cases.
the reason I asked that is because there's a prominent collector, not collector, publisher who released like so many comics, and then they weren't actually second run, like they weren't the first run. So he ran out of that, but he continued for the numbers thing without putting it as a second run, right? Or second printing. And I think a lot of people, as collectors, I like to know exactly which run that was, because like it's like Amazing Spider-Man. Like, what is it, the 68 one, or is it what?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
because you don't want to be you look in there, goes, oh, I've got the freaking wrong one. That's not the number I was after to finish my collection. So that's very cool. Thank you for that.
Yeah, look, we being a collector myself, always well aware of that. And once again, that's just one of the many things that I'm well. Plus, the numbering system is another one. So we're trying to keep the collector sane and not go mad at us, And that's one way to do it. So every comic that we put out now, if that sells out, then the next issue that'll come up will have a different reference on it, and it'll be the date that it comes out. So you can easily tell. It's very easy for people. The problem with digital printing nowadays is, like you said, is that you can just keep printing it.
Yeah.
And as a comic, it's really becomes it's not really worth anything in the end, because you don't know when it comes out, what happens, unless you've got some indication on it. A lot of people do, though, when they do put out comics, they either put another cover on it, or they'll change the cover of the logo. That's another way to do it.
Yeah.
But in our case, we've learnt pretty quickly, and we've down to a pattern now. It's all a learning curve, as we say, and we're learning, slow and steady. We're doing all these things to help everybody out, collectors, readers, whoever wants to jump on board. That's what we're doing. Same with Reverie, because we sold out of all the Reveries now. We've only got a couple of issues here. The next ones that come out will be, they'll have the reference numbers on them as well. Also, another way to tell is that because we promote a lot of other comics as well, we put a lot of ads in. So the ads do change with the time. Okay. So if Reverie, we put that out last year, so when it comes out this year, we'll have all new ads in it, which will showcase a lot of the newer comics and a lot of new comics we put out. Right. So that's another indication as well.
That's cool, man. Like a lot of times, this is the part of networking, right? Is that you're able to promote other people's work at the back of your comics. And that's something that we do for us. Like, I mean, I will go out and choose which one I want to promote, and that's the ad that I'll run. And if it's available and so on, because that way I want to uplift the quality of my book as well by running the right quality of the comic that's available. What if I'm running something and there's nothing of that available, but I like it. So, I think, it's interesting that you guys do that as well. Do you do it for other people, or do it just within your Reverie publications there, Gary? Oh, lost Gary again. All right, we're back to having a look at some videos. Wow, from Reverie Productions, while we wait for Gary's thing to come in. So this is Vex, right? So let me put the volume up so we can watch this. It's a bloody Aussie accent. I can hear it a mile away. That's so cool, man. That's so good. I was watching. The reason I said that, Gary, is because I was watching Rodney Root today.
Oh yeah.
From 1980s, and I was like, I know that accent. I've got two brothers over in Aussie, by the way. They're both younger than me. I'm the oldest, and and I'm hoping my little nephew, who's just moved over there 2 years ago, doesn't get the Aussie accent, right, and loses Kiwi one. But carry on, right?
Oh, look, I've got a lot of Kiwis that come over there. They call themselves Aussies now, but they've still got the the tinge of the New Zealand.
Yeah.
You can't get rid of it. It's there. It's there. It's a enhancement.
Yeah.
But anyway, when getting back to the advertisement side of things, it really is. That's another thing that people are afraid of too, because they put out comics and they don't like putting other people's comics in it.
Yeah.
It's a very common thing, and it's rife through the whole system. But we tend not to. We just don't bother. We just put them in. We put if they send us a comic over and send us an ad, we put it in. So that's another beauty about it. And we've just got to the point we were going to put out a fan sign, like the old 60s, 70s, and 80s type one, and printed as a comic size one. And we just haven't got enough interest in it yet. But in the meantime, what we've done is with the Torn, what we've done is as we release Torn now, what happens is that we just put a letters page in, of course. But what we've done is basically we're starting to do a fan side of different comics that are coming out.
Right.
This is very early days, and it's very hard, but it's going to have interviews with different people. It's going to talk about comics in general, about Australian comics. And that'll expand itself as we go along, with a lot of the stuff that's coming out.
This is Torn, right? But not Reverie. Or is that Reverie?
This is Reverie, but it's in the back of Torn. So we just started doing that. So I've started writing a few articles for that as well for the future issues, and a lot of it's going to be on history side of it. A lot of it's going to be what's coming up. It's going to be a lot of interviews with artists that are out there, and people say, "What are you doing that for?" Because you can do it. You can do that with podcasts. You can do it with what we're on now, and see how we go. But at the end of the day, I'm a little bit old school myself, but I like reading it. I like holding it and reading it myself. So that was just another little aspect that we're going to push for a little while. So we'll probably add. It's a 32-page comic with 6 extra pages, but we'll probably add another 12 pages in it.
Well, I mean, when you're printing a comic book, it's not that much more. When you're just adding a couple of pages in, it's the color that costs.
Yes.
That's what's going to make it. Like if you just do black and white, it's not going to be an issue. But it's when you add the color in, that's when the printer goes, yeah, this is what it's going to cost and all that. And a lot of people don't know. And this is the question we're going to go into now. And usually we finish off before 2 hours, but I think this is a very important question about printing that a lot of people don't understand and how go about printing. So do you want to talk about that for the next 10 minutes, and I'll leave you to talk about that. And then when we come back, I'll do that whole words of wisdom I talked about earlier on, where we do for everybody, every interview, we give you a bit of chance to talk about that. So I'm going to put you on solo, and I'll just get you to talk about printing and publication and stuff like that. That's okay.
Printing is a very interesting aspect of producing comics, and there are a Goldilocks type event where it's just the money's there. You're not going to lose too much, and the best way I can describe that is with Rick McLean. Rick McLean's and a lot of the other comics that we do is that when we print them, a lot of times we'll print them in black and white. And then later on, once we try to make a little bit of money out of it, if we can, we'll go to the colour examples of them and reprint them. And then, of course, once we establish the colouring and we get the comic right, eventually it will go to trade. But as far as printing goes, it's very, very cheap to put out a comic that's black and white, obviously, and if you put it out in colour, of course, there's a massive cost incurred in that, not only with the printers, but to get a colourist to do it. So that's a big cost as far as that goes. We found that the Goldilocks event with comics is that you have 4 pages colour, which is the cover, back cover, inside covers, all coloured, and the contents, which is 24 pages, is
And I muted myself. Apologies. So yeah. So hey, Justin, why are you saying that? Right. I think it's a great idea. Like I've done that with our comics, right? And we'll continue doing that with our comics, putting other people's ads in there. And you're right. It is a great idea, having it in your comic book. And the thing about this is that if you're afraid about, it's in, in the other people's comic book, and it's, their comics book might sell more than mine. Sure. That just makes, but also they might help promote your comic book as well in your ad in their book, So as I was saying there, Justin, do you want to jump in on the after party? We're about to go into that about 15 minutes.
Yeah, look, as I mentioned, it is color is very expensive. Even though we've got print on demand nowadays, it's a lot easier to put out a comic. To get that extra color, I know it doesn't seem like much, but it adds, depending on your comic size, it's probably 12 cents per page going forward. So it is another expense that you've got. So it's just one of those things that you've got to be well aware of when you go into printing and what you actually.
Yeah. One of the things that, like, when it comes to printing is that one of the other side is double pages. It's like freaking so hard to organize double pages, right? So I try to keep it as minimal, but carry on. Gary.
With the when you do double pages, the beauty about it is you've got a lot of programs out there that will set up your book. It's at this time nowadays, it's so easy to get. I don't know what you use to put your comic together, or how you do it, or how you send it to the printers. But in most cases, most printers will take a PDF nowadays.
Yeah.
So that's fairly simple to put a PDF together. So it's a big difference now. In the old days.
Yeah, in the old days, you had to make sure everything was so perfect. But the other side of this is like a lot of people who are doing, comics, they don't understand the actual printing process and why, your printers will send your book back and go, this is this and this is that. Now, have you had that happen as well? Like, some artist comes in and goes, this is what I got to do. And you're there going, now I've got a friggin' hours of work to put this right, because people think this, I'm just going to send the raw art and it's going to be all sorted and it's going to be fine. The printers do it the old way. No, printers are friggin' so up to date right now, electronic wise, technology wise, that they just say, this is what I want. Otherwise, go back and fix it.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. We get a lot of people sending their artwork in and trying to start off, and basically just put it together for them and say, look, here it is. This is your print PDF. We take it to the printers and we give them 3 or 4 choices, and off they go, and they're quite happy after that. But yes, there is a lot behind the scenes. We just printed Torn 3, and the biggest drawback with a lot of the digital printing is that it always prints darker than what it is.
Yeah.
And that's something that you have to be well aware of. So, we got caught a couple of times. We got caught with Torn 3. It's a little bit darker than normal, but, we'll fix that next time and that'll be done. But you just got to be well aware of these things.
Yeah.
And, so that's a
carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, that's as long as you're well aware of them, it's fine. And because a lot of people send stuff in, we sort of try to guide them through. This is the way you do it. This is what you need. All the printers nowadays, in most cases, need a PDF, as I mentioned before. So this is how you set it up. It's got all the bleeds, etc., etc. Once you get to that stage, you're right. You just pick and choose your printer. And even there, that's another issue in itself, because you've got to try to get the right printer that does the right thing by you.
Yeah,
that's another thing. You probably come across that.
Yeah, I actually had a problem with one of the printers, and I'm never going to use them ever again. I said, this is what I'm offering. I've got all this thing and I'm just starting out. I need a hand up. And, can you, and I was like, I looked at my bank account. I just got drained. And all I had in there was the amount that I was going to think. It was like, I was expecting you to do that. And like, now I'm stuck. And I'm like, that's not what we talked about. You promised one thing and now you went into the other thing. I'm like, guess what? Never going to use it again. If somebody comes to me and talks about it, don't use them ever again. Don't even think about using those guys, because why? Well, if they do it to me, then they will do everybody else.
Yeah, it's a common thing with a lot of them. We're lucky in Australia at the moment because we've got fairly good printers at the moment. We've got Jeffrey's Printing, and we've got Comics on Demand, which do quite a bit of comic work.
Talk about Comics on Demand, because I don't know nothing about that, right? So how, we're talking about Jeffrey's, a printer, right? But what is Comics on Demand?
Comics on Demand is just a name of a printing organisation. That's all it is. It's the same as Jeffrey's. You just send the PDF in, they print it, and they just send it to you. Simple as that. They're just printers. So Comics on Demand is just another printer that you send in a PDF, and basically you get a comic back with it. As long as the PDF is correct, you've got no issues. A lot of them, there is a testing way you can double check your one by getting a proof.
Right.
A lot of people can do that if they want to, but usually if the PDF's pretty spot on, you're pretty right. But we've got we've caught a few times where we've done the wrong thing and it's come back incorrect. But a proof will give you, in most cases, 1 or 2 issues, and it'll show you how it's going to be printed, and you've got it in your hand, and it gives you the best way to see what you're actually going to get. And if it's not right, you can correct it before.
Yeah, and it's just like a certainty with the proofs, right? Because sometimes the guys, they'll just, you send a PDF and they'll think that's what you want, right? And I think it was Ryan who basically did one of the comics, and he had the page size wrong because he thought something, and then they weren't supposed to be this size, and ended up being this size, and now he's doing them in this size because they're supposed to be regular size, but he made a mistake. And I remember talking about that, and we've got a whole interview with him on our on the channel there, and just because people are depends if they're more if they've worked with comics before, then they'll know how to deal with it and go, are you sure this is what you want? But if you don't, if it's your first time doing comics, don't cut corners, man.
It makes a big difference. I think the biggest problem with people, because I'm doing probably about 6 or 7 comics now I'm putting together for different people around Australia, which they'll get the PDF and then they'll go and print it. But the biggest problem with artwork coming in is the size. It has to be reformatted to the right size sometimes. So that's one of the major problems. And also that once you've got the size, you've got the live area. Yeah. And you try to keep everything into that area because you got to allow, in a lot of cases, you got to allow for a little bit of movement in the paper when you print too as well.
Yeah, it's like basically the minimum you want, like as a bleed of that cut off, or even the bleed, right? So you got to make sure you got, from what I've been told, 3 mils. Doesn't matter what, give a 3 mil outside of the paper thing artwork is always going to go, because not only that, but there's a blade that comes down that might actually cut a bit more off, and it depends on what printer size of that blade is. If you get 3 mils, you're safe.
Yeah, we try to do 5 mils as much as we can, because it's pretty easy just to have that extra little bit on the side, and 3 mils you can still get in trouble. Yeah. But most cases, if you get the right printer, you have no issues. Yeah. No issues at all. We like I said, we're very lucky because we try to get as much quality as we can into the comics, because that's your selling point.
That's what I noticed about the work, right? That was the one thing I noticed about the comics, the quality. Because one thing, you can't really, if you want to compete with the big boys, you cannot compete on advertising, right? And you can't go on that side of things. So the best way you can do is try to put quality. So when people touch your book, when they feel it, because it's very tactile comic, especially if you're trying to do comics for collectors, because most comics are going to be collected, 90% of them are going to be collected. It's tactile. You open up one of these friggin' books, you know, and the smell, the feel, the way it feels in your hand, you know, it's very important, the quality of it. And like there was a whole thing where Marvel, right, cheapened out, and everybody just ripped them apart where the ink was coming because they were trying to go cheap, because you know, whatever, try to make more money. And the ink was, you could put your thumb on it and the ink came off.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That happens still. You've got to be careful. The other biggest problem with a lot of the comics they're printing nowadays is that people they want to try to make it so that, all right, I'm going to put $15 on this. It's probably only got 28 pages, but I'm going to put thicker paper in it, which is not good, because what happens is the thicker the paper you do, it puts a lot of pressure on the staples, especially if you're doing, you know, a staple-driven floppy. So you got to be careful with a lot of things. But look, you can get away with a lot of the good printers now, because with Reverie, I mean, most of those issues in Vex is 52 pages. So you pick a GSM, which is the size of the thinness of the paper. As long as you pick the paper and you don't go to the extreme where it's very low and it starts bleeding through, you can get a Goldilocks sort of paper, and you get a really good feel-good comic when at the end, and that's what you want. You want a good before the contents. You still want a feel-good comic to pick it up in your hand and feel it, you know, and enjoy it. And then once you read it, they come back. They come back, and we've proven that with a lot of the titles that we put out.
Yeah, I remember like I mean, you know, I've done it myself, and but like, where is this comic? Right, one of the most recent comics, you know, that I bought, which is self-published by my friend Ethan. I was thinking about the other friend, Shane Evans, right? So you can see, like, he felt self-published, so he paid for it all himself, right? For the printing of it, but it's published by New Zealand Comics, which is Jason's part. So, you know, black and white, but the front cover is gloss. I'm not sure if you guys can see that, but it's like a gloss feel, and it looks really cool, shiny, and you pick that up straight time. It's like, it's quality straight away. You know it straight away, that feel, right? And you know, it's a hard card. I think it's probably about 300 GSM, if I'm not mistaken, you know. But at least it looks, you know, there you can see the shine there, you know. It's just
big books like that. You need to put a little bit extra in it, you know.
Yeah.
Comics is you look at probably cover 150 or something, but with the big books you need to do that. But I tend to find that selling a lot of comics. The one thing I've noticed is that people tend not to buy the big books, because when you collected them, they just don't like storing them. You know, they've got all the comics.
Yeah, I mean, take up space. Like, it's like I've got a whole friggin' like, there's 2 shelves, like long, big shelves full of graphic novels and hardcovers and stuff. But then I've got like containers of floppies, like right here, right? And it's just, I think, what is it about, like, that whole, you know, big box? I mean, like, you talking about like the sizing that, you know?
Talking about the size, there's American size. That's a standard, you know, for Western side of things. The problem is that we've all grown up with them, and we all collect them as far as that goes. So once you get any deviations from that, they become.
Yeah. Now I got to what you're saying. So this is your regular friggin' trade paperback, all right? And this is a hardcover. And you know how annoying it was to try to put this in the right next, you know, on a shelf that only hit this shelf, you know, normal comic book size, had to go this way, right? And I'm like, this is annoying, and that's a graphic novel, right? It's like, why didn't the guy, you know, print in a standard size? And it's like, yeah. So hopefully, you know, I think the standard is basically, what is it, like about 6.5 inches by 10.5, or is it 9 or something like that? 7.5, I think it is. It's important, so like, to think about the sizing as well. And we've lost Gary again, but hopefully we'll be back. We've got one more bit to go with them, and then we'll go into the after party where, you know, if you guys want to come on and chill out and talk and stuff, and you know, comics, pop culture, whatever's going on right now with the news, with Sweet Baby Ink and stuff, we can talk about that. So hopefully we can get Gary back in a minute. But while we're waiting, let's go and check out another one of his videos, because he's got some amazing videos up. But we've got Gary back. Let me pop him back on. Let's get out of there. There we go. All right.
Yeah, as I said, the beauty, that's the unfortunately that's what happens sometimes with printing. And I've just got to the point now where I don't tend to buy anything above the American size, because storage is just got ridiculous now. And if you look, and as you know, with the big book that you put up before and things like that, it gets harder and harder. So that's if you had those sort of books over in Europe, fantastic, you'd have no troubles. But people don't realise how much of an impact it has on sales. It does have a fair bit of sales, and even with the trades, we'll be putting out trades in 2 or 3 years' time. They will be all standard size.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's the same thing with our comics. I make sure like this is the standard page that we do it at, all across the board, because then I can copy paste like the interior, page, like information page, whatever, and then all the letters are the same page, so I can interchange. Because if you start doing different sizes, now I've got extra freaking work to do it, and I think you find the same thing.
I get, and when I say that we get a lot of contributors sending in stuff, a lot of it's A5, a lot of it's larger, and we just say to them, I says, look, it's comic size, we just can't put it in unless you remodify it or redo it, and that's a big job for a lot of cases. So we just don't do it. It's just one of those things. Sometimes you can adjust them and fit them in, but a lot of times you can't. So it's sad because they miss out then, because anything that they get sent in that gets published, you've got a showcase, automatic showcase, but a lot of them you can't. You just can't do it.
Yeah,
and when you're talking about anything below the American comic size, at least you can store them as well. To a certain extent, the A5s and all that. You're talking about you had a lot of A5s before.
Yeah, like this, right?
Yes.
So you're because basically you're okay with this now. Like if it's smaller than the American size, then it's fine. You can still store it on the shelf. But you can't when you got this friggin' thing, there. And it's like, what the hell is that?
I know. Sean Tan, just mentioning that is such a good book. Did we see?
I talked about this yesterday on stream, so I talked it up, but the size really pissed me off today. Right?
Yeah. Look, it's actually great. I've got it myself, so I know the size. But I got involved with him a while back.
He's Australian, he's Australian, isn't he?
He has been here, but I don't know if he's Australian. But he does. I'll tell you what, if you get the chance, watch his YouTube. Right. Of the book. Yeah, because there's a YouTube of the book actually out. And it's well worth watching.
It's a great book. It's a great book. I actually, I streamed yesterday about it. So I was like, I'm not talking down the quality of the book or anything, just the friggin' size,
Such a great creative person, isn't he? When you think about it.
Hell yeah. Beautiful work. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the other thing you got to be careful when you do comics too, because you want people, you don't want to sell it. You want to sell your comics, so you don't want to put out anything that's not going to sell, or someone will put you put people off, and that's one of the major things with the size of things. Yeah. So I noticed that quite a bit actually. But we sell a lot of comics, and as we said, we've got a lot of collectors that buy them. We've got quite a few that just anything we put out Reverie they buy, especially the first lot. So they buy the lot, and they really appreciate. They said, "Look, it's fantastic," because some of the other stuff we've stopped buying them because of the size. It's just ridiculous. You can't do it. And I'm a great collector of Australian comics, and I get a lot of comics sent in to me. And it's very easy to store when they're American size. So if someone comes to me and says, look, I want to put out this comic, or can you fit this together? First thing I say to them, I says, look, if it's their standard size, or if they send it to me and says, look, sorry, this is not standard size, it's going to need a lot of work to make it standard size. You're either going to have to do it yourself or go to someone else that'll do it. And there are a lot of people in Australia now that do it. There's about 5 companies or 5 people, individuals that do a lot of comics, You know, there's one in Darwin. There's Shane Siddle in Sydney. There's another person in Brisbane. There's someone in Western Australia. So they're just cropping up everywhere now, and that's the fantastic thing about it, you know. So we'll see what happens. I
It's a
hope
wonderful time to be in comics, you know.
Yeah,
but there's a huge challenge in that end. So, with that being said, I'm going to finish up with this interview, and then we'll go into live stream after party, where we talk about everything pop culture and comics. And so, with that being said, let's go to words of wisdom. You know, and
I'm very the words of wisdoms that I would have for people is very short. If you're doing a comic, you've got an idea, or you just want to, you just love that sort of field, do not just keep it in your head. Don't keep it on your drawing board. Get out there, get it published. It's nothing better than seeing your own work published. Look, in a lot of cases, you know, in 10 years' time, you might look at it and say, wow, you know, geez, did I do that? You know, I think, it's not very good. But if you keep doing it, you're going to get better and better and better at it. So whatever you do, do not keep it in your head. Do not keep it on your desk if you're drawing it. Get out. There's enough people in Australia, New Zealand, and every other country that will publish your work. Get it known. So you'll appreciate that. So it'll be very good. So that's just words of wisdom as far as that goes.
excellent. So, I'm just going to do the ending here, but we're still going to be on. So, thank you, Gary Dellar from Reverie. Reverie Publications. I'm going to get it out of my mouth. And for everybody that's watching, thank you guys for hanging out with us, and I really appreciate it. So wherever you are, be well. Kakite ano, and like I always say, if you've got a loved one close by, give them a hug and give them a kiss. Let them know that you care, and if you don't, jump on Facebook and Twitter or whatever. Let them know that you care, because a lot of time people just need a word to know that that you're thinking about them. That might lift them up, or text, phone, whatever it is. But wherever you are, thank you for joining us. We're here 3 times a month at the same time. But we've got another interview coming up on Sundays, which is the same thing. 3 times a month we do that as well with international people. For this show, which is Kiwis and Comic Books, we only deal with and talk to people in our neck of the woods, which is Australia, New Zealand, and Pacific Island. We're still waiting for some Pacific Islanders to come on, but thank you guys for hanging out. And the emails on our channel, on the About thing, and you send me an email if you're international one. We'll find your space for international comics, conversations or interviews. Kiwi ones, Oceania, we'll put you on this one. So thank you so much. Gary, do you have any last words before we finish on?
Just thank you for having me on. It was a bit of a nuisance with the internet connection, but I think we are working on that. So because we're getting quite a few interviews around the world at the moment, so we're going to go upgrade that soon. So next time we come on, it should be much better, and we've got some really good products coming out very soon. So it'll be maybe we might do an exclusive here.
Excellent, that'll be awesome. So there you go, guys. We'll see you soon on that. But now we're going to move on to the after party, which is where I crack open a beer, we chill out, and we talk about whatever is on our minds. So, Gary, do you want to grab a beer or grab a drink and then come back, or are you good with
ready
it?
to go. All ready to go.
So, what have your thoughts been about, like, just what's going on in the world with like comics and the scene and stuff, and movies, TVs?
Look, good question. It's a sad environment out there in a lot of cases now, but I think it's only a fad. Give it another 5 years, there'll be enough people that will change it.
Right.
And I mean that simply by the fact that the changes will be voted for by people's pockets.
Right. And I think a lot of people don't think about that, do they? Like, no. I mean, and what do you mean? What do you mean by voted by people's pockets?
Well, let's just give an example. What happens if we talk about, say, Marvels? That's a good example. The fact is that it's changing the concept of what was originally a boys' comic, and they've reverted it to an all-female cast, all-female producing, and they've lost the ability to see what's commercial viably, as far as their products go. And people are voting by not going to see it because the boys don't want to see it. And to be honest with you, if you've got a decent, I'm a bit worried actually. I'm a bit worried about the Fantastic Four that's going to come out.
Yeah, very worried. And I'm just basically, for me, I'm like, well, somebody actually decide not to work on the film, like not act in it because of how they were writing it, if I remember right. And I think that's sort of like the situation we're going to have for a lot of things right now. I mean, I remember like Punisher guy was going to walk off because did a clip about that, and we talked about this previously, where he was like, I'm done. I'm not, I don't want to be part of this because you guys, this is not the Punisher. John Bernthal, is like, this is the Punisher I did for Netflix, and now you want me to do this Punisher? It's not working for me. So yeah, Kieran.
Yeah, look, it's just one of those things, and I think it's a good example. Look what they did to Star Wars. It's amazing what they just, when they first bought it from George Lucas, they actually had the Disney was in going quite well. They had a situation where they were selling a lot of their items, a lot of their toys, a lot of their movies to little girls, females, princesses and all that sort of stuff. And they actually had the market. They had the market. Their idea at the time, which was the normal people, what they did is they bought these entities simply because they were catering for the boys. They were catering for the men. And it was a good strategy because that's what they could do. However, something went wrong afterwards. Somewhere along the track is that they got all these new ideas, but the worst case scenarios with a lot of them, they picked up a lot of the writers that had absolutely nothing to do with comics.
That's it.
Absolutely nothing. Had no idea. They come out of universities or they come out of their new age situations, and they said, "All right, well, let's change this the way it should be." Not understanding, not totally understanding why they existed in the first place. Yeah. And look, we've copped that all the time. I used to watch a show called My Favorite Martian, and it was used to be a TV show and thing. It was a very, in a lot of those times in the 60s. 70s were a lot of the TV series were very entertaining. They were simple. They were great entertainment. But what happened is when they finished the course, which they all do, 20 years down the track, they get these new writers and say, "Oh yeah, let's do this film and let's do that," but they totally forget what the original stood for, and then they wonder why. They absolutely wonder why they don't pick up the sales anymore. It's a real shame. And I used to watch this all the time, along with all the other ones. Look, we used to watch End Island and Land Before Time, and a lot of the other. What was the other one? There was Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Land of the Giants, I think it was, and all that sort of stuff. And we enjoyed those sort of things because they were damn good, entertaining, creative. Movies or TV series, but now they're just a new generation of people. Now they seem to be marshmallows. They just what's going on?
One of the weirdest things I heard recently is like people are using Chat GPT to write their stories. And this is like at the upper echelons in Hollywood. Filmmakers are using that friggin' program to paint by numbers their movie scripts or the TV scripts. And then they wonder why nobody is buying their friggin' tickets to the movies or supporting, Disney Plus, and why they're losing 1 million people in a year, subscribers. 1 million subscribers is like something like about what? It's like 1.1 billion, 1.9 billion. That's a lot of money.
That's a massive loss. That's a massive loss for Disney, and it's a wonder that the CEO is still there. It's a wonder that the board hasn't got rid of them. But, I don't know what's going on. It's a disease, I think. It's just an absolute disease. The problem with, my opinion is the problem with the writers in the sense that they don't do the research anymore. They don't look into what was there before. We watched Loki, the TV series. Look, they had some fantastic special effects in it and all that sort of stuff, but they totally lost the character of Loki. It's just gone. Four is another thing. Four is another thing that's gone. They were lucky when they did the first few runs of different things like Iron Man and all that. And the reason why a lot of these worked was simply because, you haven't got a character on the screen that is all powerful to start with. There's he's built it up. He's gone through the strenuous path of learning to get to that stage. A lot of them don't do that now. They just bang straight away like that. And they think it's perfect. It doesn't work. It does not work. Even when I write, even when we get torn and all that, he's got so many flaws. It's not funny. You wonder why you read it, but that's what happens. And of course, this is another issue in itself. I thought that the Marvels was probably the worst movie I've ever seen, but I think this one, I haven't watched this one yet, so I think this is going to be another disaster.
Yeah, well, it already is. I mean, here's the thing. So she's talking about Madam Web star Dakota Johnson slams greed and aptitude of Hollywood execs. You cannot make art based on numbers and algorithms, And there was I think it was at the bottom here. She had a tweet. Where is that portion? There was a portion here where she was quoted, and I think what's very, it's very important. Oh yeah, it was about. Well, where is it? Anyway, so here's a part here where, so she goes, films are made by a filmmaker and a team of artists around them. You cannot make art based on numbers and algorithms. My feeling has been for a long time that audiences are extremely smart and executives have started to believe they're not. Audiences will always be able to sniff out bullshit. Even if films start to be made with AI, humans aren't going to be humans aren't going to fucking want to see those, right? And then she goes, but she's talking about as for how she felt starring in such a disaster of a film. Johnson ultimately admitted to Owen, but it was definitely an experience for me to make that movie. I had never done anything like it before. I probably will never, right, do anything like it again because I don't make it I think she said because I don't make sense in that world, right? So she's making. It's a shame. It's a shame because that boils down to another, as I mentioned before. They haven't done the research, and they just. But the other thing is also not only that is that they're very bad writers. They're shocking. They don't know how to build a character. There's no characters in them. They're just bland, and and Marvels was just as bad. Like I said, I haven't seen this Madam Web yet. And I'm dreading to see, what actually happens. I did go and see June the other day, though. I actually voted with me pocket then, and I went actually the pictures and paid for it. And everybody's been saying it's really good. I'm like, yes. I haven't seen the first one. I was waiting to see, when the second came out because I just want to sit down and watch it, right, together because I want to experience that. Because I remember watching Dune with Sting, right, way back in the 80s with Dad. I didn't understand it, but years later I watched it again, and then I watched the TV series, which is like 4 episodes, and so on. And so that it was pretty cool, But it's so sad to see this, the realization that how badly you can lose so much money. Now, usually with this, I always go and check it, do the IMDb thing with them. Expenses and all that, and see how much they spend, how much they made with the budget. So let's have a look at Madam Web, right? Well, June is the difference with June, of course, is the novel writer has been around for a long, long time, and a lot of people have read it. And
it's quite interesting to see what they've done so far. They haven't got everything of the book into it, but they have done a magnificent job of just getting a storyline across. However, it will be interesting if they keep going with it, what's going to happen at the end, because even with the novels and the books, it turns out the storyline becomes weird. So it's going to be very interesting.
He was saying, Vinay, whatever his name is, I can't remember it right now, but he was saying that he said that there were so many different ways you could go with, and he said, you know what I was going to do? I was going to concentrate on the Vinay Denniseret, right? Or Denniseret, whatever it's called. And for the witch ladies, whatever, and so that's where he went, and it worked. And, people who love Dune and have enjoyed it, there was a whole this stuff in the papers about, media about how it's going to swing to this way. But from everybody that's watched it, I've heard that they really enjoy it. And it's the budget or whatever. I mean, the sales are speaking louder, like you said earlier, right?
And that's what I meant.
Yeah,
that's what I meant by before. People are voting with their pockets.
Right.
You get things like the biggest problem nowadays is that they're catering for a very small percentage of an audience that is definitely not going to keep a movie going. And we've not been this woke side of things, and the DEI is just not going to work. It's just logical that it's not going to work. Everybody's had it for years and years and years. In reality, we've had gays, we've had different ways of doing a lot of things, but because it's gone so extreme now, no one wants it shoved in their face. You watch it.
You mentioned squiggles early on, right? And that's why I made a point of have a look at what was happening there in the 80s for us, right? So I'm going to go back to that. And it was it Da Squiggle or Squiggles?
Mr. Squiggle.
Mr. Squiggle. So because it was very, you
used to have a lot of comedies in those days, which were quite interesting. If you put them on now, they're not politically correct now, but everybody enjoyed them. No one worried about it. We had. The Australian way of thinking. In New Zealand was the same. Is that if you had a migrant, if he's Greek or Italian, you might call him a wog or this or or slope or something. No one worried about it. There was absolutely no one worried. It might have hurt some people in some cases, of course, but at the end of the day, we friends. That's what we were. We knew people, and everybody got a nickname, and that was it. But now there's so many marshmallows coming out of universities now. It's not funny.
Yeah. So, where is she? There was an entry. It wasn't this one here. I'm trying to see where the kids came in when they did the intro, and I thought it was really interesting. Oh gosh, I don't think it might have been a different video, but when
I understand.
I
understand what you're talking about. There's all sorts of kids in there, and no one worries about it. That's the way it was.
Yeah. And so, when the kids come on, and it's all different ethnicities. This is the friggin' 80s, right? When was this actually? When was Mr. Squiggles on?
It was back in the 70s.
Yeah,
around the 70s. Yeah, but it was just one of those things that came on. It's a shame that the copyright is all twisted and caught up in a lot of people now, and you probably never see it again. Which is a shame, because even if you put it out nowadays, it'll be absolutely amazing. But that's what happens with a lot of the copyrights. They don't tend to do it.
Yeah. I think it's quite. Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought was really important to point out, because I think a lot of people are forgetting that we're on such an amazing ride towards everything they were forcing down our throats now. 80s got us shaped up. 90s was really, let's go, everybody's happy and going. 2000, we're there, and then suddenly, no, we're going to force down all the stuff down your throat.
Yeah, you can't do this, you can't do that. You can't do this, you can't do that. The other thing is that I think it's pretty sad is the fact that, not everybody's perfect in the world, and history is not perfect, and this ridiculous idea of if you've got a statue in the middle of somewhere and he's a slave driver, whatever it is, let's take it down, let's get rid of it. It's really bad, and it's very common now with the young ones now because they get caught up in this system. And the way I look at it is, I think the problem with a lot of people nowadays is they don't learn from the history and they want to wipe it.
No.
And the only people that wipe things, believe it or not, is dictatorships. Look at China with Tiananmen Square. It's the same principle, just wiped it. From the tried to anyhow. But
talking about Tiananmen Square, right? So I was reading part 2 of a comic that we produce, right? Horizons and Comics. So I'm going to show you something that I'm actually going to get the team together and do a little podcast about it because I think this book is freaking awesome. Because I read 1 and I was like, yeah, this is really cool. And I was reading number 2 on my
G'day, Justin.
phone while I was waiting for the doctor's appointment. So I'll show you where are we? It is called, let me bring this up on our thing. And by the way, welcome, Justin, Kiwi comic book creator. You got any art to show while I bring this up? And, Gary, Justin, Gary.
I'm working at the moment because I've got a bit of a tight deadline.
Right.
Where are we? I'll flip this around.
Awesome. Let me pop that away. Yep. Nice. Is this your Western?
No. That's Ryan doing a Western. I'm doing a superhero comic.
Right. This is where I get mixed up with you two. It's like it's Ryan and there's Jason and there's Justin, and I'm like, wait, what? Yeah.
There's a few of us around.
Let me pop this up onto Solo, dude. And
beautiful.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, beautiful work.
Look at that. Gorgeous.
It's a lot of work to go into them, isn't it, Justin?
Oh, never stops.
Yeah. Is it is it 32 pages, 28 pages, or graphic novel?
20.
22. Is it a one-off?
I'm doing it for younger people.
Okay.
Yeah, I've done the 24, and I'm thinking, I'll just do 20, and then if I decide later on to do like an R-rated cut, I've got 4 pages of blood and gore that I can slip in.
Okay. Yep. So it's just going to be a 24-page comic or 28-page comic.
Just stick with 20 at the moment. Just stick with 20.
Just 20 pages. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. I normally do 24, but for this one, just because it's I want kids to read it, so the more pages I have, the more expensive it's going to be. So if I do a smaller page count, I can spend your pocket money on it. That's the plan anyway.
So just out of curiosity, I mean, obviously you've done a few comics over there yourself. You both have. What's the average price that you sell the comics for in New Zealand?
Tenner.
Yeah, so for me, I started out and did the 140-page graphic novels.
Yeah.
Which is thick as pig shit. I was charged about $50, which is, I've actually had to go back to the drawing board and do them a lot, and do like volumes, chapters like this.
Okay.
And do like 24-page comics. So I'm selling those for $10.
Yeah. That's about the as I was mentioning a while back, there's a Goldilocks type comic production that you use, and usually it's about 28 pages black and white, which is the best and maximum you can get profit wise. A trade is you wouldn't go any more than probably over 80 pages if possible, because you're just cutting out your profit, and it's just not worth it, because it gets to the point. Even with our anthologies that we put out, which is 52 pages, we're pushing $15 for those, which are nice. It's a nice. People do buy them for that price, but anything above that, we're in trouble. Then you're better off going putting out as an 80 page and sell them for an extra $10.
Yeah.
So you learn this as you go along.
Yeah.
But we find that especially with this, as I mentioned before, this Rip Reclaim we just put out, this is our issue 6.
So, are you releasing that one in black and white, Justin, or what's the deal with it?
black and white.
Right. No, this is the kids one you're doing.
Oh,
what's the story about, by the way?
Black and white as well.
Yeah.
But then later on, we'll do the omnibus. I'll do it in color. So I'll do it in color as I'm working.
Yeah.
Then desaturate it before I print it, and then when I go to do an omnibus of it, then I'll just unsaturated or whatever it is. I mean,
that's really good, man. That's a good thing, because you're actually doing it in color at the same time, but then you're desaturating it, and that becomes the black and white version of it. That's very cool.
That's my wife's idea.
Well, that's a cool thing about, like, this is, I learn a lot from you guys and about when we discuss this stuff, and I'm hoping that everybody who's watching will learn as well, because I think we all need to be open to learning, because there's more smart, like I always say, there's more smarter people around than I am, and it's always cool. You've got to be open to learn. So you were saying something earlier before you had issues there.
With the issues, you got to. We tend to put them out as black and whites because if we put out a 20-page comic and sell it for $10, we go to a lot of the tables, we actually make a little bit of money out of it, which goes towards the colouring later on. Once we get to the colouring section, which we do, we're always pushing for the colouring, and as we go along, we do get them coloured, because ultimately our goal is to put out probably a 70-something page graphic novel. And in that case, when that's all done, we'll actually put it on the American market as a comics on demand, digital printing or PDF. But until we get to that, we've just got to get to we're just slow and steady, as I said, like a tortoise, and we just do it slowly, because I can't afford to go too fast with these things, because it's two things. Is because I haven't got the time, because I'm working a day job, and also you've got to be careful, because whatever money you put into it, you're not going to get it back.
Yeah,
it's going to take a long time to get it back, if you're lucky. So it's one of those things. And I tend to a lot of people now have got to the point now where they've approached me and says, look, can we put it in Reverie or Vex and that? Because at the end of the day, for someone to go and, which you're both well aware, is to print the comic, get it out there, it's a lot of work for a minimum amount. So you're better off just putting it in some sort of anthology, or get someone else to print it just to get your name out there, because the only way, if you're ever going down that path and you want to look at it to make money out of it, is you've got to get for you personally as an artist, you've got to get your work out there so much that people like it, they start coming to you and say, look, can you do this for me? And you can say, all right, I'll do it for $20 a page. And then it's, as you get enough people, you say, look, I'm busy, I'll do it for $40 a page, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the way you do it, and that's what's happening with a lot of people over here. Ben Sullivan's a good idea, good example of that. There's a lot of others that started off. They started off very doing a lot of stuff for free, getting a lot of anthologies out there, and with a lot of the stuff that they did for 50 pages or something, we serialized it, put them in the things, and people get to know you after a while.
Yeah.
But the beauty about it is you're not spending too much money apart from your time, and you're getting it out there. That's probably the best way. Fun Time is good over there for that, to get your products out.
Yeah, well, I did apply to them a while ago, but my shit was a bit too scary, so I didn't get going. But he's looking at doing like a Halloween or a horror anthology on its own. Yep. So I've got my hand up for that, for sure.
Oh, good. If you've got any other sort of stories in that, we can always put them in Vex or Reverie if you're interested. So there's not a problem there. The horror stuff. When you say it's a bit out there, is it very graphic or?
Yeah.
Yeah, very graphic.
Yeah. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. It's pretty.
And what is it? 20 pages?
Out of assholes and things like that. It's
24 pages or?
40.
42
for the Homerville stuff.
Yeah.
But for the freak stuff, that's 24 pages.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the cases, you have to go into the Pacific anthology for that, or you have to go into as a runner-up for a horror. We've got a horror one coming out next year, which is graphic, and that'll be hopefully about 28 pages. But we've got quite a few people that want to put in as well for runner-up stories that it's serialized. So we'll probably do that as well.
Yeah. So do you do like maximum sort of 28 pages? Is that kind of the ideal length?
22 pages is the best.
22.
Yeah, 22, 24 is the best, because when you're doing a 28 pages, of course, that's 28 pages of interior.
Yeah.
And then you got the 4 pages for the cover.
Yeah.
That's what you normally do.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But, and also, if you try to do it so that you can serialize it in 3 parts, it's another good way of doing it for anthologies.
Yeah. Okay.
Just depends on what your goal is, what you actually want to do. Do you want to, if you want to get out there and try to get known for your artwork, then you're better off. It's a bit like I said, Ben's done it, Rob's done it. A lot, there's probably about, I can give you names of 50 people over here that have done it. And they've done it. There's a lot of work out there. They just keep pushing it out there. And they've got to the stage where people know that they're professional enough. They'll get a comic out in such and such a time, and they're popular. So that's what's happening with it.
It's all about track record as well. Like, I mean, I'm like, I was putting this up here before. Let me just bring that up again. So, on like the, you know how like Image Comics is now producing, G.I. Joe, right? So the guy one of the guys that is working on G.I. Joe comics actually worked with Rising Sun Comics on their fan comic G.I. Joe, right? Series. So let me show you where we at. So they were doing, where are we? I think it's like, where are you, G.I. Joe? No, not non-profit. So they were working on the non-profit side of things, right? On stuff like this. Cutting their teeth on stuff like this, right?
Yeah.
On the non-profit side. And so with that, I should go back there. With that, learning the characters, learning what characters did what, how they, what their clothes, costumes and whatever they look like and all that. Then they went across and, are now working over at friggin' Image Comics.
Yeah.
Right? As their friggin' G.I. Joe artist. And this is a lot of time people, like, when they poo-poo, like, the small indie press publishers, they have no clue, because the guys at the end of the day are going to look at that book, right? And they go, so how long did that take you to do? What the page, are you thinking? How are you going to, am I going to have you on time? Because I've had this conversation about time and schedules with like people who work for Marvel, right? And how they got that job. It's like, I was filling in on time for somebody else. And now I'm doing this. And now I'm doing this. And so if say like that same guy said, oh yeah, this is a fan art, I'm not doing that shit. I'm just going to go do whatever.
Oh, look, I agree with you. It's a very common dominator out there as far as things go. A lot of the, like I said, you just got to get out there and get known. That's it. But you also, if you're smart enough to pick something that you can get into anthologies where they're popular. I mean, for example, if it's a science fiction one, horror ones are okay, but you just they're few and far between, and a lot of them are just cult following. So you've got to be, you just got to see one particular area out there, and science fiction is always popular.
Yeah.
The average everyday kids ones are good popular ones too. So you've got to pick and choose which ones you want, or you get in an anthology where it's got it encompasses a lot of styles and a lot of stories.
Yeah.
What you'll have to do is. What you'll have to do is both of you is just send me addresses, and I'll send up a package of comics for you. I'll put a couple of Vexes in it. I won't be able to do any Reveries until I get the new one done, but you'll get a rough idea of what it's like.
Yeah.
The new Vex is going to be. I can send you PDFs actually for examples if you want to. That'll give you a bit of an idea. So basically,
sounds good. Yeah.
So basically, what do you mainly do, Justin, as far as story goes? What's your concept? What is it? Just obviously you're writing a kids one now, but is it mainly horror ones or?
So Freak is kind of like a cyberpunk vampire story, and it's I mean the government's the bad guy, so there's a little bit of politics in it, but I try to keep that pretty low key, especially with the current climate of things over here right now. But yeah, I try to stick. I try to think of it as more sort of 90s action.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of level that I go. Like it's kind of brainless, but it's got a bit more of a horror cyberpunk sort of slant to it. The one that I'm working on now, that's a superhero one for kids. Well, it's not really kids; it's sort of more all ages. It's a couple of soul friends get abducted by aliens. Aliens do things to them, and they become.
Is it me that's doing that, or is it you guys? Give me 1 sec.
They're not.
I'm not sure.
Like
Can you hear all right?
their heroes to think they're doing
Yeah,
right
can you
thing,
hear 'em all right?
No.
Oh,
You got a bit of a problem
Yeah,
with the.
guys.
Yeah, we just couldn't hear you there for
Yeah,
a
it's a
while.
bit like static cutting in and out. Like I was thinking if it was me having too
Oh.
many things open, but
Yeah.
are you good now?
Probably me. I'm good.
No, I get the gist of it. I get the gist. So it's a good thing in the sense that you just got to pick and choose which ones you want to do. Always.
Yeah.
Actually, I'd like to see some of your comics. I'll have to get you send over some PDFs and we'll have a look. Same with you as well. There, some of the comics that you put out.
Yeah. So this is Freak here, his work. So let me. Yeah, you got it sideways, bud. There you
Yeah,
go.
what the good thing about it is that we haven't put too many horror comics out at the moment, and we're writing one now that's going to be a 3-issue one, and it's going to come out probably in another 2 years by the time it's finished. But it's going to be unique. But what we've done is we've gone with the logo. We've got it as you know how we've got Reverie now. We've got a logo situation where it's going to to be Reverie Dark, and that's going to do all the horror stuff. You see. So
I got a question for you. All right. So when is this horror anthology coming out?
about 2 years.
Okay.
It's actually going to be a comic. It's not going to be an anthology. It's just going to be a lot of the horror stuff.
Okay.
We put some of the horror stuff in Vex. We've got Vex there. We've actually got issue 3. We've actually got a for mature audiences only.
Excellent. So when's that one coming out next?
That'd be about 2 months' time. That one. But what I can do with all of you is I can send you a PDF spoiler for you, just for your own eyes, and just show you what it's going to be like.
Sure. Yeah, I understand. Like, I mean, I don't share anything that we have on PDF with anybody unless I get permission to.
And that might be all right for you too, Justin. You might be able to have a look.
So, what I was thinking is like, because you're looking at doing that, I'm going to bring up something if I can. Justin, are you still on, or are you having troubles with your end? Yeah, it looks like he's still having issues. So, I have like a 8-page anthology, like part of my series, which is like 8-page horror comic, right? Which is, we got one coming out. The number one for that is coming out, and it's not even that those 8 pages aren't being used in it, right?
Okay.
But we had it in a magazine, and it was going to be printed, but we never printed it because of COVID. And so now it's a digital comic, out there. And so a magazine, 64-page digital magazine. But I would be happy to, because I've already paid the artist and everything, happy to just, hey, here it is, a black and white, work that you can put out there. And it'd be interesting, if that's something that's would interest
look,
you.
we'll have a look at it. Look, it's just a matter of if you think it's. Have you got any samples there in front of you, or?
Yeah, I'm just going to bring it up. Give me one. That's what I was asking. For Justin to shelf his work while we do this.
Yes.
Down.
But
you good?
look,
you good, Justin?
With Vex, it'll give you an idea. But look, everything's suitable for Vex. It goes from anything from real life comics to science fiction to just everyday stories to science fiction and a little bit of horror. The other alternative is if it's a little bit of horror, what we can do is we've always got a comic that will cater for it, and that's Worlds Within, which I've showed you before.
Yeah.
That's 24-page contents. That's what you need. And if you fill that in, we can publish it with Worlds Within, because that covers everything. It covers science fiction, covers comics. We just get this one. I'll just go get it for you. That's the latest one we put out.
Give me one sec. I'm over at the other one. So yeah, that's what we were looking at before, weren't we? Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, this is Worlds Within, which is it's an opportunity for people if they need a comic to put it out. You see, and it's in the Reverie thing. So if you wanted something published, we put it in this one. Well, and if you wanted to do it over New Zealand, you might be better off, because the problem with a lot of the overseas postage nowadays is so expensive. You know, and sometimes it's easier for you just if you're doing tables and all that sort of stuff. It's easier just to go to a printer over there, get your 20 copies done or 50 copies, and that's what we do. So what we do is we give a PDF of that comic, and they just go and do it, and then they sell it as they want. Yeah.
So here's like, I mean, here's the artwork in this, right? So this is just the pencils of it, and we just didn't even ink this thing. You know, and I released, you know, we put a part of this magazine called Sunspot, you know, and we're going to release the number 1 of this comic. It's a 6-issue series called Templeton Rise and Fall, and that's coming out in August. And so this is kind of like an earlier version of that, because our new artist is, you know, done, you know, and I rewrote the story as well to make it a bit more interesting and faster paced, because I introduced new characters to it. But this is so slow. I'm not sure why this is taking forever to load on this PDF thing.
It doesn't want to show it, does it?
No, it's I think it's too heavy. But like, yeah, it's angels and demons, souls. It's about a soul collector, and you know, and it's just pencil work. I paid this guy, you know, I had a massive you know, mental issue after I did this lot. I mean, 8 pages, and then so I lost my artist and I lost myself. But then we've come back with a new artist, and I'll show you the new artwork because this thing's pissing me off. So number 1, this is, you know, and that's why I like it. This is called Behemoth, the short story. And so, but the actual, you know, the new issue is just been completed. The first issue is taking, you know,
did you have the
artwork on it.
Did you have the lettering layered?
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
The lettering, was it layered on top of your artwork via a digital side of things? Yeah.
I've actually got the pencils and everything, like the actual raw pencils. This is kind of like the Inker light mix. Yeah, so I've got everything of it, and I just did this for the magazine so that we could like say, you know, because we're doing the magazine for mature readers, you know, not for adults, but mature readers. But it's, let me find the magazine and we can show it to you. And we were selling the magazine just, you know, for $1.99 because I just wanted to show people what we were doing out here in the way of, you know, out of New Zealand. But also we did it like, where's the search? Give me 1 second, I'll search it up. So Sunspot, and it'll probably be better showing them maybe. Here we go. So let's get out of there. So we did, it's like a 64-page digital full-color magazine, right, for $2.99. And so it had interviews with local people here in New Zealand, like
Nice
who does Earth End, Justin? Who does Earth's End? Have I lost them?
Yeah, I think. Look, the beauty about it is, you know what the beauty about it is that.
Carry on. So we've got a publisher here in New Zealand, Adrian Kennard. Always, you know, it's one of the hard names for me to remember. So Adrian Kennard is an amazing New Zealand publisher and, you know, comic artist himself. And so we got an interview about this book, and you know, because I was really about, you know, and some of you guys might think, hey, he's just doing this network thing now because he's got a comic. No, I've been promoting this stuff for ages. I used to be a blogger, and I used to interview people from New Zealand and show up, pay my way to, you know, to another city for the friggin' motel ticket, you know, and stay at the motel and then go and interview people at the events and do blogging at my own expense, not anybody else's. So I've done this for probably since about 2009, 2010 and stuff like that. And so, Adrian, basically, we got to do an interview with him about this book and about his publishing.
Yeah,
and so part of that, we had to put him in the magazine. Yeah. But the magazine is 44 pages of comic books, and as well, apart from that. So you had to, cheers, dude. I see ya. So, you got, so you can see the, amazing New Zealand creators for over, decades. And so I sent out my, my amazing editor on this, which is, the writer on our magazine, which was Ayla Miller, who's over in, another city now. But she went out and did a whole bunch of interviews with different, writers and stuff, and even overseas. I said, here's an email for this guy. Can you interview him? And we got, cosplayers, gaming translate, like 40K, novels translation into German, stuff like that, Croatian cosplayer. And so, but also New Zealanders, right? So we had like, Shane, I keep calling Ethan, but Shane, this is before he got his comic book out and his artwork, because he's a painter. So I got to interview him way back in 2019, from Ayla, and just, questions and stuff. So this is his art style here, artwork, but yeah, I think, it's good. That's why I like anthologies. I think anthologies are a great way for new artists to get their work out.
There is, yes, I agree with you totally, and that's why we can't if it's a good anthology and it's popular, you've got to get on board. You've got to get onto them, and we're probably a bit like your anthology over there. The unfortunate thing about that is, and we're probably the same with Reverie when it comes to New Zealand. No one knows about them. And we've only just started getting a lot of the issues. We probably sent out about 60 issues to New Zealand so far, which is really good. That's for us, we're just starting. And the beauty about that is the more you get out there, the better off you are. But it generates, it's like a domino effect. It generates a lot of things. Like, as I mentioned a while back, we're getting a lot of New Zealand artists and writers now coming over and want their work showcased in it. So we're getting a lot of them now. And the reason why that is because they just don't want to stay in New Zealand. They want to get known, somewhere else.
That's it. And that's I don't understand the mentality that, like, I'm just doing it on Kickstarter and I'll stay on Kickstarter, and I'm doing it self-published and I'm happy with the 500, 50 copies I get sold to my family and friends. Is that what your hard work of freaking 100 hours and 100 hours and 100 hours that you put into stupid comic book is worth to you?
Yeah, look, I totally agree. You've got to.
But here's the other side of that, Gary. But then when you ask them to do a page for you, they go, "Oh, it's $200 a page, mate."
Oh yes.
Well, but I thought, like, you don't want anybody else to, you're just doing it for yourself. It's like, well, if you want me to pay $200, but yet for your own book, you don't want to get it out there into the world, which will make you more money, doesn't make sense to me. So I'm like, I want my comic book in the friggin' library. That's my end goal. I want it in the comic shops. I want to do special things just for the comic shops so they can get in the comic shops, right? And I think this idea of preciousness about comics and your thing. Comics aren't supposed to be just your thing. If you're creating art, it's for everybody. The more people read it, the more people.
Oh, look, I agree totally. I reckon it's great, and you're right, because when I did Reverie publications, I put publications on the end of it. Now that was sort of a good thing and a bad thing, because what happens is, the good thing about it is that we're out there, people come to see you, they want to get this published, can you do this, can do this, you tell them the spiel, you tell them exactly, you're not going to make any money out of this, you're nobody. Right? But when they see publications, a lot of them come up to me and says, look, I've got this comic, I'll let you publish it for me, but you get, like you said, $200 a page. Yeah. And I said, well, hang on here. We don't make any money out of the comics we've got now. let alone publish someone else. Because if we're going to publish someone else and make no money, we're better off just sticking to our own IPs and continue that way. The only reason why we do a lot of this stuff is because we love it, and we give you the opportunity to showcase your talent, and hopefully over a period of time you'll get that showcase to such an extent where people will actually start coming to you and asking you to do jobs for them. Yeah, and that's what it's all about. But currently, you're saying if you want $200 a page, you go and try with Image or Marvel or
you have to have a fucking name. To be honest, you have to have a name. And the other thing is this: a lot of people don't understand that the smaller publishers don't have that much money to and I know it's sad. It's fucking sad, because you can left, right, and center. You watch all these publishers crash because they're like, okay, yes, we'll do this and do for you, and none of those books are starter books, and so they're not like selling 1,000 copies or 100,000 copies, and so it actually harms the actual publisher. And so publishers have to be really choosy now, because they're learning the hard ways, and especially and I'm, and I don't want to say this, but the left side, and and even us, we have choose trying to produce comics, because a lot of times people think their comic is the greatest comic in the world, and they think that that'll be the one that sells. I don't think any of my comics will stand out until someone out there goes, this is good, and tells their friend, and then tells their friend, and then tells their friend, and then tells, then the comic book rings you up and goes, hey, I heard about this comic. A lot of fucking people are talking to me about your comic. How do I get your comic? And I go, that's now you can get it. You can jump on the website, you can order it, and we can send it to you. And, but one of the things I did this year was it's only because of talking to a comic shop owner, once again, because like I said, I used to be a comic shop owner, but I didn't think about it, that how do I can myself help comic shop owners, right? And I can do that by actually going, you know what, I'm going to do a cover just for the stores. Yeah. Right. And I'm going to get one of my artists, and we're going to get that cover just for you. You buy 5 issues of the regular cover, you get 2 covers of the blank cover, because I know there's artists out there who'd love to do some fucking robots, on their, on a cover, and I can say, you know what, here, have this blank, and you do whatever you want on it, and now you can do your art on that, and you'll be able to enjoy. You can read and go, this is my art, So
look, it's very hard.
It's very hard. Before, I'll let you talk in a bit. But so what we did for this was go, you know what? It's she moved. He moved. Right. So hold on, go back. Right. So what we did was, was they go, you know what? This is a number 1, but it's a self-contained number 1. Right. It's going on Kickstarter, but it's self-contained. So even if you never, if none of the customers read it, ever returns, you've still sold a copy of it to your customer.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
If you've got 2 complete stories in there, you can also. Obviously, the other thing is also with comics, you've got to realise that they've only got a shelf life of a certain amount of time.
That's it.
So the beauty about it is that's where the anthologies come back into it. Say for instance, this Robot Nations, if you've got 26 pages, so obviously
28.
28. Okay, well you've got 28 pages. So what's your length of the stories in it? Are they 10 pages?
One's I think one's 12 pages and another one's 16.
Okay. Yeah. Well, in that case, you've got two unique stories there that you can start putting into anthologies, and that gives you another lease of life. If you've written these stories, we can grab one of those stories and chuck it in Reverie.
Exactly.
That's what you do. You see, because you've used your comic book, you know how much you're selling now of it. Yeah. So unless you're making a lot of money out of it, it's sort of it dies after a while. Unless you keep promoting it, you've got to keep pushing it all the time. And the only way you can do that in a lot of cases is if you're going to You've got to keep putting out comics to make people come back and say, oh, yeah, I'll buy this one because I know that's good. That's why we got the Reverie logo on it, because we always know that when, like, as I mentioned, they come back because they know they're buying good quality. They'll come back and they'll experiment and they'll buy something else.
Yeah.
But, in that case.
And the other thing about this is, like, the opportunities, it offers, like, you look at the artwork in it. And so when you buy the digital, right, if you go online and buy the digital, what I just shared there in the chat, you get the black and white version. Now when we go to Kickstarter, we do the color version.
Yes.
Right? The one you hold in your hand is a color version. And so now you get to see it, the full color look of it and stuff. And like you said, later on, when we collect all the 6 issues in a trade, whatever it is, or 4 issues, now you got a trade paperback that's full color. And
Correct.
now and you're not only that, now you're offering it for the libraries to own, for the bookshops to own.
Yeah.
And the idea that this little freaking floppy is all there is to it, it's gone. You got to think beyond that.
Well, the floppies are in a lot of cases, they build up your readership, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
You got to. It doesn't matter if you put out a trade. It's no good if you haven't got a readership. It's as simple as that, So, and that's another thing. And libraries still want it, so they will buy a lot of stuff. But once they know that it's popular, they'll definitely everyone will buy it. Then, So that's another thing. See, that's another thing. Who's the artist on that one?
It's we've got Italian artist Francesco Conti. Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent artist.
So we've got the colorist on that is from Mexico. So I'll show you the color work we're doing at the moment that we're trialing. Yeah. I mean, not trialing. We've already trialed it, but where is Hugo? Yeah. So
have you got any, just quickly, have you got any short stories in it that you could use one story to showcase? We can put it in a Reverie or something.
Sure. We're about to hit this with Kickstarter at the moment. So
you can't do it now. You got to do Kickstarter, but.
Yeah, afterwards, because we've got a whole bunch of stuff we're doing with this, because this is not just a one shot. This is an ongoing series, right? So
that's it.
Yeah. So number 2 is going to have number 2 and 3 are one a story arc, right? A 2-part story. With this one, we're just showing what we're going to take to Kickstarter. It's how it's going to be colored. And this is the second story in it, which is in the first story, which is The Trouble with Bobo. The second story is the title story, which is Robot Nation. One of the things about this is that what if people like one of the stories and they go, I want to know more. And this is how anthologists work. It's also like, hey, what story would you like to see more of? And I can now go and write. And the other thing about this is that Robot Nation, I might want to do a whole long story, but the readers might not want it. So why would I go and do a whole long story of Robot Nation, yet the readers are not interested in it, but they might like Trouble with Bobo? And this is how Shonen Jump works for Japan, right? They do that the same thing. And I think the same way, is this how you work with Reverie? Do people come back and go, I want to hear more about this story, or is there more to the character?
Maybe when you mention, what's happening with this character, how did he come in sort of roughly, we never really give that information out as much as we can, because people like to come back and find out. If they're curious, they'll come back and find out what's going on, or they want to learn more about the character. And you give them a little bit more each time, or you give them something different. It says, wow, this is really going really fantastic. So, so over a period of time, what happens is that that's the main reason, because it's like curiosity killed the cat. You want them to come back, you want them to enjoy that character, and you want them to keep coming back, and that's what it's all about. And I was going to say that about Rick McClune too. Rick McClune's he's a drifter. He's the second fastest gun in the West. We called him second fastest gun in the West because people always ask me, well, in your book, who's the first?
Yeah.
And it says, well, you have to keep coming back and reading it and find out. You might be lucky. It'll come up soon, but it never will. So we'll see what happens. But that's the way it is, you see. And as we go along, we give a little bit of his canon previously. We might show a little bit of a spot where he used to grow up on a farm or something like that. Or when there's a homestead. So we just do a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
We don't want to give too much away in some cases.
Yeah.
But you don't want to give too little away either.
One thing I wanted to ask about Rick McClune, right? Because you're talking about how, excuse me, you're getting interest from New Zealand artists and everybody else. How does that work when you with Rick McClune? Are they writing Rick McClune stories, or are they bringing their own story to it?
Look, it's both. It's both. It's everywhere. It's both. Some of them like to do their own stories with the character, and some of them like to write for it, and some of them like to draw scripts for it. So it's all sorts of different things. Like if you wanted to write a Rick McClune script, go ahead. We've got no issues with it.
Yeah, I can do sci-fi. Western's something I haven't touched yet. I can do supernatural. I can do fantasy. Western's something like I never read a lot of, and I think that's why I'm not writing that. Right? I can do Conan. I can do all that shit, but and all that amazing stuff, but and superheroes and all that. But Western's something I really haven't think of. I would have to really think about it.
I'm going to have to get going. So this has been a great conversation, but hopefully we'll get the internet.
So much.
Yeah, we'll get the internet all sorted out next time.
I really do.
And, we'll enjoy the conversation next time. But I'm hoping that once the new internet connection and all that goes in, we'll be spot on. So that'll save all this hassle, because it's just a pain sometimes, But you did a good job. You covered for it, so that was good. Anyway,
I tried. But hopefully everybody enjoyed this. Send
me a snail mail address, but I'll send you Vex 3 to give to yourself and to Justin if you're still around.
Awesome. There you go, Justin. You got something for you. Yeah. And so before we finish, you guys, because I've not touched Western. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. Yeah. I grew up on like the whole with my dad. Like what was that, like Hang 'em High and all that series?
Yeah.
So I've loved Westerns. What is it, Saturday afternoon martinis that they used to put on TV and stuff. So I've been a fan, but I've never learned to write it. So
it is very hard to get it right. Very hard to get it right, and it's very hard to draw it too as well. So it's one of those interesting things. We get a lot of people asking if they want to do a variant cover.
Yeah,
and that's okay, because what happens is with a lot of the covers, we do that as well. But anyway, look, I'll let you go, and we'll talk very soon.
Cheers, thank you, Harry. We'll definitely chat soon. Let me know when when you got something coming up. Hit me up, and we'll put you on.
Cheers.
All right, thank you. All right, guys. So, anybody got any questions? Because I still got like friggin' the thing is, if I finish here, it's going to take me 2 hours to drink the rest of this. So how about we look at one of the most important things that's, international in the comic scene today. So I'm going to, while we're waiting, I am going to put on a video, and in that time, I'm going to put on my, the video, comic link that we got coming up. And this is like, we've been putting this out and saying this is coming soon to Kickstarter. And the reason it's taking a time is because we haven't sent out the books, but we're waiting on books from the printers to send to Incredigo. And I don't want to basically put out a new Kickstarter, even though it's not part of us, in the sense of like it's not part of on our studio page. I still want to be honorable to the fact that my first book over at Rising Sun's Kickstarter is in people's hands. So one of the things that happened today, happened this week, in the past 8 days ago or something, was welcome back, Justin, was Akira Toriyama passed away. So there's a video that was done by that we're gonna go look at, and I gotta find the guy's link. So I'll can you show some work while we're waiting there, Justin, please? Really appreciate it. So let me go find this video. What's the guy's name?
Right, do you know what you want to work on?
Yeah.
Get my mouse to behave itself. Right. Sorry, folks. So I'll just put all my things on. So while I'm here, I might as well show you how to put a page together. So turn all that off. Starts off nice and easy. I put in the frames. Sort of helps me sort of line out where I'm looking. Then I do a layout. Well, I do a perspective grid. I would actually show you my workbook, but it's in the car at the moment because I'm going to a signing tomorrow, so I'm going to take all that with me.
Oh yeah. You're going to Boone Comics tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Now they're in Chicago. They moved to a new, and we've, by the way, guys, we've actually interviewed the owner of Boom Comics in Chicago. You know, I used to live in Chicago, so I still have a soft spot for Chicago, even though, you know, I had issues with the, you know, heads of department there for the school I went to, but I still have a soft spot because I have some friends down there still, and so, you know, we interviewed Boom Comics from down there who have a shop in Chicago, which in Chicago basically is the lowest part of New Zealand, bottom of New Zealand, the main island.
Yeah.
So, you know, and we live in the North Island. I do. So, tell us about like what's the deal tomorrow for that, man?
I re-released. Well, I was starting to re-release Freak as a comic series instead of doing the trade paperback. Because I like to read trade paperbacks, and I just assumed that everybody was the same, and that's not how the real world works.
Oh, wait, hold on there. You know what they say about assuming something, right?
Yeah.
It makes an ass out of you and me.
Yeah. So that's all right. And, that's okay. So I'm re-releasing Freak Part 1 as a 5-chapter or 5-issue series. So I'm going to go to Boom tomorrow.
Now, did you slim it down?
With me. Yeah, slim it down a bit.
Yeah, so you put it down to this size, right? Like
smaller.
your regular 11 by 10 or whatever it is, 7 or 6. Excellent.
Yeah. And just making it 24 pages instead of 140.
How much? So you're selling them at $10 each now per issue?
Yeah.
And they're black and white.
Yeah.
And so this is all 5 issues of the first story arc, or what's the deal with that?
I've only printed 1 and 2. The rest will be out later on in the year, and then Part 2 I'll do the same thing. I'll break that down, black and white it.
And Justin, and you know, we were talking about Kickstarter earlier, so and also the fact that you've graded them down, like desaturated them now, the black and white. You have them colored.
Yep. Yes, the trade paperbacks will be coloured, but the issues will be black and white.
Right. I wonder if you could, and this is what I'm doing, right, for our, because we're releasing our comics like we're going to do everything digital as we release them, as we finish each issue, right? However, we're going to, like, this is something I haven't said publicly, and here we are, is that we're going to basically do that digitally, and then we're going to hit, when you go to Kickstarter, we got 3 books coming out, is that we're going to go full color and then floppies at the same time.
Yeah.
All floppies at the same time. So that you have a choice of buying as a collector, because this is the thing that comics, a lot of people who do digital don't understand, is that there are collectors who will buy variant covers and stuff. So you could sell, you know, 3 different versions of the first copy because of the art style they like, right? And so this is something I've been talking with my artists, and you know, and I've said, look, we can hold off releasing print copies of each issue because we're going to use Kickstarter, but we can keep releasing it digitally, so people are, you know, regaining interest in the book and all that. Yeah. Then we go full color. So is that something you're thinking about, bro? Like going Kickstarter with your book? Because I know you self-publish, right? This is something that people might not know about.
I think, I don't really know, because I have used Kickstarter in the past, and the last one, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't great either. But then I sort of made every mistake that you could make with it. So, I mean, I'll probably give it another shot. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I am looking at reprinting Part 1 as an omnibus as well anyway. That's why I've done a whole new cover for it, and so the original part 1 that came out, that cover will not be used again. So I've got a new cover that's for the people that take on. So I want that first run to be special for the people that picked it up straight away. So I kind of want to look after them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't understand that side of comic collecting, and I think and it's like, because so people are just used to, like, we put a manga out and it's like got one cover, that's it, that's all that matters. But there are people, like, because it's a friggin' book, right? It's like it's a book, that's all you're getting. However, with floppies, you can do so much with it. And like, I mean, with me, like, like this week, like, let me show you this work, right? So this week, I just reached out to my guys and I said, listen, we're going to be releasing Robot Nation and we're going to go to Kickstarter. But here's what I think we could do to help our other books, right? Each one of you guys are releasing a book. So how about and it was an off the cuff thing. And I said, how about I actually, each one of us do like a, each one of you guys do a cover for it as well, because that will allow, that'll promote your art, right? And as a cover for another friggin' book. And so, but then when it's your turn for your book to promote it, that guy over there will then put a word for in your book. So this is a variant, especially that we're going to release for stores, and say, here, this is the pack, and you buy, I think it's about 5, 2, and 1. So 8 covers. You, as a store owner, and there's only going to offer 25 alone to it. So only 25 stores can buy this, and you'll get this for free.
Yeah.
Right. You get this one cover for free as an incentive. You don't have to pay an extra whatever it is for it, but it's just for you. And then we turn around and go, well, I'm sure that our guys on Kickstarter would love this cover because it's fucking good cover, right? So then I thought, like, then my mate, my artist Ewa Kim goes, I'm thinking about doing this. What do you think? I was like, cool. So we went and did this. So because when my guys go, I've got this idea. I go, well, let's see how far we can run with it, right? Because if it's going to work, it's going to work. If it's not going to work. So for our Kickstarter guys, to give them a cover, that I love, that that's really cool, and turn it into a cover like this with blood. Just simple, but it's a Kickstarter only cover. Right. Without the blood, the stores get a cover, right? As an incentive, because they could sell that cover. There's only fucking 25 in the world for $100 and make back all their money. And this is how, because I used to be a shop owner. And so thinking about that, like, how do I help the shops make money off the cover and there's only 25 of the other cover in the world. And I think a lot of people aren't thinking that way. You're going to the comic shop tomorrow, right?
Yes.
In the morning, and and Boom might go, hey, I would do that. I'd be interested in doing that because, and that the special thing about that is Robot Nation is self-contained, right? A 36-page self-contained story with 2 stories, but like self-contained. So because number 2 is going to come out later, in the year or something, and he doesn't have to wait for it.
Yes.
So how did you work up? You set up with Justin? With Boom Comics.
I was going to Invercargill tomorrow anyway because we've got to go meet with some family, and I said, and he was asking because he sold out all the copies that I sent to him.
Right.
And I said, well, I'm coming to Invercargill tomorrow. Do you want me just to drop a few copies off? And he goes, well, let's do a signing. And my wife's going, do a signing. So that's pretty much how it was just like that. Yeah.
And I think, and I'm sure he's going to appreciate it, dude, because I know how important it is for comic stores to get the support, from, especially if you're living in the friggin' community. And I've talked about this because I've got artists all over the world that I work with, so what I said, like, how do I help you help yourself wherever you are, right? how do I get you to engage your community into what you're creating? And so we're going to translate it into Portuguese. We're going to translate it into Swedish, probably. I haven't even talked to Joachim about translating like Fantastical Rome into Swedish, but I know we're translating it to Portuguese. We're going to translate it into Spanish because I've got Spanish artists. I've got a Brazilian artist who are, and by the way, guys, I didn't know this until today. Brazilians speak Portuguese.
Oh.
They do not speak Spanish. They speak English and Portuguese.
Yeah.
I only learned this today.
Yeah.
I was this years old, right? As they say.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so go check out Boom Comics tomorrow if you're in the South Island, if you're close by, right? Even go make a day trip. It's the weekend. So, you could probably drive down there. And hey, by the way, apart, if it's personal, don't tell me. But I don't want the world to know personal stuff. Why are you going out to Invercargill apart from going to Boom Comics tomorrow?
Oh, just going to go see family. Just going to go catch up with some family because I've got quite a bit of family down there. So, just going to go catch up with a couple of them. And my wife had said, take some books with you. And,
why not, man? Why not?
Yeah, she was because I think she had in the back of the head that he'd probably be quite interested in doing something like that. But I wasn't actually expecting a full event or anything. I was like, I'll just drop a few books off and maybe sign a couple while I'm there, but not actually an event. So, yeah.
But this is
good times.
And the thing about, and this is what I hate about the negative side of being artists, right? If you're an artist, you have the greatest freaking opportunity in the world to showcase something. As a writer, I can't do that.
Yes.
Because I can't sit there and type away and go, this is what this looks like. This is what If you're an artist, you're drawing something, boom. You got a captive audience, you can promote hard out. And so, I think if you are an artist doing a comic book in your local community, whatever city, wherever in the world you're living in, and you're doing a comic for somebody else overseas, anywhere, go into your comic shop and say, hey, I'm doing this comic book. These are the things I'm working on. Can I bring in a chair, or do you have a chair or a little table, or shall I myself bring in a little fold out table with a fold out chair and sit there and draw for you a couple hours?
Yeah.
That dude's going to appreciate the shit out of you if he's got brains.
Yeah.
If he hasn't, then you just walk out and go to the next place.
Yeah.
But comic stores need life. If they just stand around there selling comics, it gets boring. I remember, I've talked about this about our store. We had a whole friggin' area just for gamers.
Yeah.
It was empty all the other times, but whenever gamers showed up, go in that room. Go and play. Oh, hey, anybody here playing? Go have a talk to that guy or that girl. And then we also in the actual comic book area, there was a little round table that they could actually sit and play games. So I would actually sit down with the girls and play, or a guy would turn up and we'd play cards. That I was okay learning to play because I couldn't play anything apart from Vanguard, right? Trading TCG, which is anything above that, I have no brains for. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! I tried that a couple of times, but I had to have someone there telling me how to do it.
Yeah.
And comic stores only fail because of finances.
Yeah.
Which is, you go, that's the most thing. But the next thing is because they don't know what else is working right now, because they're so focused in the comics. They don't realize manga's selling. They don't realize that trading card games are selling. They don't realize that people are interested in more things than one.
Yeah.
And I made that mistake with not thinking about manga being a good thing. I hate people come in and drop $200 on my table, on my counter, and give me a box set of this. Cool, okay. And then I went okay, we'll just, order you, somebody will go, I want Dragon Ball Z. And I go, yeah, here you go. And that's it. I really didn't think about having a couple more. And so that's my, and there's the other factors of it. If I did had the money to put it into manga, I would still have a comic store. But to be honest, I'm glad I didn't, because now I'm doing this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here doing this. So it would be I'm glad you're doing the support for Boom, man, because I think it's I like seeing comic stores open and stay open because it becomes a community hub. People don't realize how important it is for young girls, young guys to find community, because if you're not in sports, you're screwed, because that's the only other team thing you can have,
I mean, the relationship between the comic creator and the shop is symbiotic. Like, they need us to make the product. We need them to sell our product to continue to make the product. Like, and this whole doing everything online and sort of direct selling and trying to cut that middleman out, I think is just absolutely stupid, really. Yeah. Because you've got in that shop, you have somebody that's your cheerleader, that they're basically doing your marketing for free. So you need to look after them. You need to look after these shops. You need to keep them open. And if you look after them, they'll look after you. And if you tell stories that are good, they will champion you. But if you're gonna, shit on them and sell and make bad work and tell bad stories and try and cut them out, they're not going to be very happy with you. They're not going to look after you.
Well, that's the thing with what's happened with friggin' Marvel and DC have been told for decades, not decades, for years. I mean, almost a decade, right? That stop doing this. You're harming our business. And as Gary was saying earlier, right? The comic stores are basically, your clients. Like for Marvel and DC and the top 5, I say, which is Image, IDW, Dark Horse, IDW, DC, and maybe Boom. They're the top 5, right? When it comes to the mainstream, that's what I consider the mainstream. Everybody else is kind of on the medium, and then us, which is indie comics. All right. So if you're not listening to your first customer, which is basically the shop, and you treat them like your middleman instead of and you treat the fans like the customer, you're not really honoring your first customer, which is the shop. And if the shop as your customer is telling you this isn't working, you need to listen, because a decade later now, those shops that were there, 50% of them are closed because you don't listen. And now, so for me, I decided this week, was it last week? Must have been last week. And within 24 hours, within 2 days, I had a cover, right? And then I said to Ewa Kim, we'll do this package. And he said, then I'll do this package, right? Then I'll do the bloody one, because I gotta, I want my comics in the store. Yeah. I know I can't get all my 4 issues in the store, because a comic store doesn't want to wait 4 months for new issue. They want to wait a month. So if I give them that number 1, which is a self-contained issue, then they'll be able to sell it and sell more number 1s of it, because there's no waiting period for the next one. And but that gives me entry into a relationship with the comic store to say, yes, I am thinking about you. Yes, I am trying. So when I get my 4 issues out all together, I go, here's the 4 issues. Or here's a trade paperback. Now you can do that. And I think people are forgetting about, because of all mainstream mentioned this, and I understand, and I've had to really think about it. It's well, you can't do without the stores, because I stopped, I changed, and I went, I'm not going to support the stores anymore because all the shit is coming out. And thinking but then on the other side of that is comics is where comic stores are where people go to get comics, right? Yeah. I mean, I go to the liquor shop to get my liquor, right? Now you can get it. If you want liquor, you have to go to the liquor shop. But if you want beer, you can go to the grocery, right? Yeah. But if I want liquor, I go to the liquor shop. So if I want comics, what do people think about? The first thing, they don't think about the bookshop. They think the comics are in the comics shop.
Yeah.
So, how long are you going to be at Boom Comics tomorrow, bud?
Well, I mean, I'm. We've got to advertise from 11:30 till 12.
Right.
But I mean, I dare say that we'll be having conversations that it could potentially go on a little bit longer than that. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we're sort of banking on about half an hour. 'Cause I don't want to take all their time. They hopefully there's got to be a few people coming in, and I mean, I don't want to be taking up all their time.
Yeah.
Hopefully, when they come in to see, if they come in to see me, they come and grab something else from. They've got a few New Zealand creators in there at the moment, so hopefully they'll pick up something of mine and something of theirs.
Yeah,
that's
the other thing, right? We were talking about excuse me, earlier with Gary about how, like, you know, you come, you know, if you're there basically going, you know, I'm a Kiwi creator, but you might not like my horror comic, but there is such and such there, all right? There is, I'm not sure if it's got Shane's work there, right? If you like this sort of stuff, you like a sci-fi, well, but not so heavy, then try that one. And then, then like Shane would go to another store and go, hey, look, I'm a Kiwi creator. And I know Shane would do that, right? Because I know him very well. He's a friend of mine, and he would basically go, well, what story are you into, dude? What kind of, and that's because, he's well read and he knows what people are into and what they might be interested in. And you go, well, try that one over there, or you like a whole bunch of stories, don't know what to choose, go try Funtime Comics, this is the idea, I think we need to bring on board as Kiwis, right? I think Kiwis this is how we succeed if we start thinking that way, working in. So, like, I don't care if you don't buy 5 comics of mine, but buy 5 comics of Justin's, right? Because that's what you like, right? And that's all that matters. You buy what you like, and that's an option. If you like my comic, then you go buy my comic. But if you don't like my comic, doesn't mean you don't go buy Justin's comic, because that's fucked up if you think that way.
I mean, only losers think like that. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand why there has to be. Like, it's pretty bad over in the States, where there's all this sort of negativity, and it's actually harming everyone, including yourself, if you're going around.
It is. That's what I don't understand. Yeah.
I mean, if one of us is winning, it's all of us that are going along for the ride. I just don't understand that mentality of that.
Yeah.
I think comics should be the least competitive out of all the different.
Yeah.
I mean, like when I used to tattoo, like that was very competitive and it was quite negative. Whereas I find comics, it's easy to everybody to pull together and work towards a common goal. I
mean, the other thing of this is that you got to put your best work forward, and at the end of the day, I think there is so much money around, and I say this in like for what it is, for entertainment. There's so much money for comics around there. However, if you have quality, it'll stand out. If you don't, then it won't stand out. And you've got to, and I don't mean by quality like the art style, because hell, we just saw, people like what people like, right? I have certain art style I don't like. Until I read the comic book, I might actually enjoy it. It's like music. I don't like certain types of music, but until I sit down and think about the stories and what's it about, then I start enjoying it. But when it comes down to competition, people will read what people will read. At the end of the day, they are the, what is it called? The test, of whether something's good or not. It's the money, right? If people start spending the money on something, then it's what they believe is good. I
mean, the only bit of sort of competition I have is if I look at somebody like Ben Stenbeck or somebody like that, it's like that's the level that I need to be aiming for. I don't see it as competition. Like, I see that as that's the benchmark. That's the standard that I need to be performing to. And like Ben's great, Ant Sang, he's great as well. So that I look at that and go, right, it's not competition, but it's like I need to be matching that. That's where I need to be getting to. So
yeah, but
yeah.
that's
And
about you
the
skilling
competition
yourself,
we
right?
should be having.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about like how do I get my work good, to the level I want it to. And it's the same thing. Like, I mean, like, I always poke this out, right? Because, where is she gone? I think she slid away. I think maybe, yeah. So I always poke it up and I go like, this is what my art was that I thought was going to work, right? Which is in critical, the webcomic, self-published, and then realizing that if I want to compete with the big boys, it's got to look like this, right? So, and otherwise, I got to make, why am I in this for? I'm in this to get to the stores. I'm in this there to sell 1,000 copies. I'm not in here to sell, 1 or 2 copies or 3, 4, 5 copies, whatever. I'm here to sell thousands and thousands and thousands of copies of my comic book. I'm not going to be satisfied until, I've got international readers of it. It's in the comic shops, right? And I'm not going to be satisfied until I'm happy seeing it, at the comic store, and comic store owners go, yeah, your book is quality. I'm going to be able to sell it, to the general public, And so, which meant I had to rewrite the friggin' thing. I had to get a new artist, I had to make it look, pleasant, because I needed to compete with the big boys. And I think, I think a lot of people don't think of the stores, and that's why they behave the way they do.
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, I was, Naomi said it this the other day, Larry, right? Basically, he said, and this is what I believe personally as well. Your test is not how many comic books you sold Kickstarter or online, right? It's where it meets the road, which I say, which is where the rubber hits the road, is at the comic book store next to everything else. And that's where it's the most important thing. If you cannot put your comic book up right next to a Marvel comic and have people look at your comic and go, what is this?
Yes. Yeah.
And that's the draw. It's like you've taken their eyes away from those guys, those top 5, whatever tier, because Marvel and DC's top tier. Then you got the medium tier, like with the other 3, and then you got the next one, and then us, right? So if you can't get them to do that, I don't know. You got to go back to the drawing board, as they say, and because you do want to support the. Sorry, what I should say is like you want to sell as many fucking comics as you can, because you worked hard on that project. And you want to make as much money as you can, because your artist wants money, and you want money, and your publisher wants money. So why not put your best foot forward in the best way forward you can?
I mean, I've watched this really. Have you watched any of Mark Miller's YouTube podcasts at all? I've only and I think I've missed like subscribing to it, so I never see it on my thing. But good reminder, man. I'm going to go do that now. So what is this? What is this thing? Well, there was one that he had. He had, I think, about 3 different comic shop owners, and they were talking about the problem.
I saw that.
The big 2. Yeah, and there was, and take away the SJW content side of it. Take that away. But he said, they said the biggest thing was they, apart from jumping up all their prices, they're doing events every second issue. They're reinventing or rebooting every 5 issues. They don't have a long run of the series now. Like it gets to 10 and they reboot it again. Like there's no long running anymore, and they don't keep creative teams for long periods of time either. Like it's just like you'll get maybe 2 or 3 issues with like David Finch and somebody else, and then it'll be somebody else again working on the same book. Like there's not that staying power that you had with like the 90s.
Yeah.
So that's got me thinking, okay, I need to not have big events in my comics, or very few, and I need to have a series that runs for a long time. Not that's the one. Yeah.
So this is something that I've been thinking about myself, right? So I work at 6 issues or 4 issues at a time, story arcs.
Yeah.
And so with one of the things I do, and this is something that we do, this kind of like Easter eggs, and like the whole I was talking earlier on with Gary about how I want, young readers, when they come in, they start off with Incredible, right? Then they go on to say Fantastical Roaming when they're 13. Then they go on to let's say what do we got next? We got like Howler when they're 15, 16. Yeah. And then they go on to around 17, 18, I think, they go into Templeton. Right. So they actually growing up with the books and with our titles. However, one of the things I do for our comics is that there's little Easter eggs that ties all our universes together without being a crossover. I don't like crossovers. So because I know, it's just stupid having crossovers. Tell the story in that book and not crossovers, right? So I think so for me, I just go, well, this character appears in there. That's it. In passing, in the background. That's all. So that this that ties into the world, right? In that universe, because all our basically one of the things today, like the past week or so, one of my artists suggested that, what we should do is we should do this, and I said, I've been doing it for everybody else, and I forgot to do it for this one. And now that thing that he suggested, I took it on board, and it's became one of the most important things he suggested for another book. Right, which is Howler. We have this thing about this character that's part of Fantastical Roaming's world, right? He's popped over from this parallel universe and is the father of all this thing, right? And it's like it's interesting. Like I know, like writers probably, and this is something one of my artists said today. Louise, he goes like, I worked with an artist, like a writer before. He was so rigid. He wanted everything done this way, and I was like, I'm not like that, dude. I'm not like that, dude. I don't do that. I will rewrite my script to make it good for your art. And so how do you talk about that? How do you, like, because you're the writer artist, right? How do you like suss out what's going to work? Do you have anybody looking over your work, or how does that work, dude?
Man, sorry, I just got the dog out again. Come on. Bloody dog. Well, with Freak, I don't have, when I look over it myself, and because I know what I like. With Vault, because it's an all ages comic, I'm going to have my wife looking over it just to make sure that I'm not going too dark in places, or things are getting a bit sort of. I don't want to. I want to try to avoid sort of politics as much, because kids don't need to be getting involved in that shit. That's their problem. So I'm gonna probably use my wife as a bit of a sounding board for that. Homerville, I don't like any, because I want, how messed up can I make this is kind of my mantra for that. I don't really use a lot of people, but with Vault, it being all ages. What worked for me as an 8-year-old might not work for an 8-year-old today. I grew up watching, X-Men and Masters of the Universe and all of that, and some of that was quite cheesy, but it was quite grown up as well. So I'm kind of going for that vibe, but I just want to make sure that my wife's going to rein me in, make sure I don't get a little too violent with it.
Yeah, so this is Vault here, right?
Yep.
Tell me, like, this is you're doing like a 20-page one shot, or what is this about, man?
Oh no, it's going to be a series. It's going to be an ongoing series. So, I sort of came up with the idea as a teenager with it's too much like Dragon Ball Z. I'm not going to do it. But I've sort of mulled the idea over a little bit more. So, him like you saw that page before. Him and his friend, they're out riding their bikes at night. They get abducted by aliens. aliens do things to them and they become superheroes.
Right.
While they're superheroes, though, they're getting brainwashed. Oh, that's freak. Yeah. So they're being brainwashed. He gets out of the program, realizes that what he's doing is actually wrong, comes back to Earth, and then he meets other superheroes. So there's going to be other superheroes that I've sort of drawn in the past.
Cool,
that
man.
I'm, like, as a teenager, so I'm going to bring them back.
Mm.
So that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to doing it, and it's going to be nice to have a little bit of restraint and actually being a bit more collaborative with other people with it as well. So it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
And I think this is the thing about, like, you know, challenging yourself to have boundaries, you know, and I think when I was doing the 3-panel thing, that was a real challenge, you know, doing a 3-panel friggin' telling a story in the 3 panels instead of being used to writing 90-page friggin' scripts, right? Film scripts and comic book scripts. Because I write, like, everything for me is I write it like a think in my head like a movie. So because that's what I've been trained to. And so you think long form, and then you're like, how the hell do I tell in 3 panels? You know? And you're challenging yourself. And if you're not challenging yourself as a writer, what the hell are you doing? You know, you never, you know, you're never as good as you think you are. And because you're learning all the time. So what was the decision about doing a kid's book? Because I know people, you're doing a kid's book, it's superhero. But there was a lot of thought going into it. So what was the thought about you doing that, man? Because you're doing a horror comic book for mature readers.
The big thing is my kids can't read, and my nephews can't read my comics. So they're telling their friends that, hey, my dad or my uncle draws comics. Oh, what are they like? Oh, I'm not allowed to read them. Mum won't let me read them. So, I mean, that was kind of the big thing, is I kind of want to have something that my kids can read and my nephews can read. So that was probably the big thing. But I don't know. There's just I love doing the dark stuff, but you can only have so much steak.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you need to eat vegetarian or something. You know, you can't just keep having the same thing. You need to just sort of stretch a different part of your brain. You know, I do want to have a little bit of restraint from time to time and sort of have sort of think about what other people like. Like I do, I know I'm going to enjoy doing this. Like I've had a lot of fun so far doing it. So it's just going to be something just a little bit fun, a little bit campy, a little bit sort of a throwback to what I grew up drawing. So it'll be quite nice to do it. It's like it's got to be fun for me, but then I need my family to be able to read it too.
But the other thing out of that is that, like, if you're doing dark things all the time, it can be a bit waning mentally as well, like on your emotional health as well.
Yeah,
because
it can mess with your head if everything's dark all the time.
Yeah. And having something colorful and flashy like this is going to be really cool, because now you get to engage with young kids who are coming to look at your comic books and asking you, hey, do you have this? Do you do that as well? Or, you know, and you can't say, oh, sorry, my comics are only for adults and like mature readers.
Yeah, I mean, and that sucks when you go to Armageddon. Like kids go, oh, what's this? Like, sorry, mate, I'm not dealing with your parents. Like, So I mean, it'd be fun to actually go, well, actually, Freak might not be for you, but try this. And I've shown this picture to kids, and they're pretty amped about it. So I've had a lot of good feedback. So I just have to make the rest of it look like this.
Plus, it's bright, right? It's colorful, and they can get into it. And that's the thing. Like, I mean, like the first thing I did apart from that I think is comics for me was a comic for my niece, right? I created Incredible for my niece, not for me. I was like, I was thinking about doing a comic. So, if you had a female superhero, what would you, what would interest you? And I was like, oh, Incredible Girl, And now out of that's come this thing, the first Kickstarter we ever did. And I think, because we forget what it was like to be kids and getting into comics. And that's why we're talking about Gary with his, Toby and the magic pencil, just seeing that was really cool. And like, then seeing the fact that kids really love that. And I think we forget. And this is what I kind of try to remind myself, what was it like to be a kid opening up a comic book, and if it's like, this is all I have, which is like, Templeton, which is like gore, angels, and demons and people being tortured. I can't show that to any kid. And just like you're saying there about Freak, right? You can't just go, my uncle does, my nephews will be, niece going, oh, he's a comic book creator. It's like, so what does he do? He does all this adult stuff. It's like, no, he also does this stuff as well, for us, and that's sort of, I love this idea. And I was like thinking about, I was like, what was the reasoning behind it? And I like that, the fact that, and a lot of people don't understand that. Stephen fucking King did that as well. Remember that with Talisman or something? He's like, my kids can't read that book, so he did Dark Tower or something, and he turned around and said, I've been writing horror for 30 years now. I'm like, but those, they can't read them. And I think there was something else, someone else did that as well, because when you sort of get kids and stuff, it changes, like for me, it was nephews, nieces, right? And having my first niece, Ella. And, but I think that's something that grounds you as well,
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to let you get back to work, because I know you're working and you got to get to thing tomorrow. And we've been at
I'm actually nearly finished this page, so I'm actually quite happy about that.
All right. We're about to hit 12 o'clock here in New Zealand midnight, guys. So for the 4 of you guys who are watching, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I'm actually thankful for just to hang out with it after hour, because I didn't do last week because I was really knackered that week. And so I thought it'd be cool to catch up and do it after hour tonight. So thank you for hanging out for the last 2 hours or so, Justin. I really appreciate it, man.
All good.
All right. So in passing, I'm gonna actually put up this little video for you guys, because it's somebody else did this, and it's give them a like, man, because, and I'll also put this video up, but it's not the one that I was thinking. I had this other guy do it, but like and I've provided a link. But this is about Akira Toriyama. Now, personally, I have never singly watched a Dragon Ball Z episode, but I know about it.
Oh, you're missing out. You're missing out.
Yeah, and so I know there's a lot of people that love it, but it's just, for me, has never been the thing, because I never grew up with it, and it's and so, but I appreciate, for me, it's like, I appreciate everything he's put out into the world as a comic creator myself, and as a fan of manga, right? So this guy put out a 10-minute video, which will take us into midnight. Is it midnight? Yeah, it will take us into midnight. So check this out, and we'll finish off here. And thank you, Justin, and thank you everybody that's watching. And I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. It's great.
Yeah, I really, and tomorrow, well done for tomorrow, man. Let him know that, said hi and everything, because, we've had an interview with him as well. So catch you later,
bud. He's a good guy. Yeah. See ya.
See you, bud.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very sad video. So by now, undoubtedly, you have heard the news that Akira Toriyama, the creator of various mangas, including Dragon Ball, has unfortunately, at the age of 68, passed away. Yeah. So I'm one-shotting this video. If I don't talk for like a few seconds, or listen, don't worry about it. I quite literally wouldn't be here right now without Mr. Toriyama's work. His work on the Dragon Ball manga, then he'd been animated. He didn't work on the anime, or he didn't draw it. Don't worry about that. You know who Toriyama is. Yeah.
Ed, I have not watched this. Right? So this is my first time watching it. So I don't know nothing about this dude, nothing about this video, but it came up. So let's do this. So, yeah.
"68 years old is no damn age. It really, really isn't. And I do apologize if you can hear some sort of like background white noise. I'm currently rendering a 2-hour video, a marathon video that'll be uploaded in about a week's time. Of don't worry about what it is. It's the next marathon video, but it's taking like 4 or 5 hours to save. Don't worry about it. It's like it's 4 or 6 a.m. right now in the UK. Yeah. I really don't know what to say, but again, at the same time, there's about 1,000 things that I do want to say, which I'm not going to be able to get to in this video. This is... I mean, look, if you're watching this channel, it's because of Dragon Ball. It's because of Mr. Toriyama. I don't know what to say. I first found out about Dragon Ball Z when he was on Toonami back in, I want to say 2002 or 2003. Waking up one morning on a Saturday or Sunday, but I'm 99% sure it was on a Saturday. The TV was on, and on Toonami Cartoon Network, whatever it was in the UK, and there was like a teaser for this cartoon. Then at the time, I like in the UK, it was like what's his name? Dexter. Yeah, Dexter. Dexter's Laboratory, Powerpuff Girls, Johnny Bravo, Ed, and Eddie, I think, as well. And then between like the shows and all of that, there was a commercial and advertisement we were recording for this new show where I believe it was Goku like running towards Raditz with like the meteor combination, whatever you want to call it. And I thought, oh, that looks really cool. And he gave like a start time, I think like a week's time. I was like, yeah, I need to see this. That then was my absolute very, 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 very first introduction to the Dragon Ball universe. You know, Dragon Ball Z, whatever you want to call it. I then watched it and I was hooked straight away. Now, at the time, I believe, it was Ocean Dub. Like, Funimation, I don't think was even hired back then. I don't know what the times and all that. And I watched it every week. And I distinctly remember it being at some point in the Saiyan Saga where... I distinctly remember being at some point in the Saiyan Saga where I believe it would have been Nappa going for... in terms of Xenoverse terms, Bomber DX on Piccolo to kill Piccolo, or a few episodes just after that, maybe when Goku first appears and goes to Kaioken and defeats Nappa, it would then reset to the very start, episode 1. And that happened for like a long time. And I remember one day, it was like, I think at least I remember one day, it just like the voice is switching, and when the voice is switched, it then went to Funimation. Yeah, Funimation is what they, it's what it is right now. Like Sean Shim or Chris Sabat. I'm gonna check Twitter because again, I did see that Sabat tweeted about it like very recently, and as right now on Twitter, as soon as I go on there, Chronicles has tweeted about Naruto. Fucking hell. Yeah, don't worry about it. But then in the trending, you've got Akira Toriyama, then number 2 is Dragon Ball, and then number 3 is Japan. Prince Vegeta's tweeted about it. Of course, Hype's tweeted about it. I know Steed has uploaded the video. I know Inakuba, Toon Rami has posted about it. Crystal from Xenoverse 2 Mods has she's tweeted about it. Ornament Gaming has mentioned something about it. It's just heartbreaking. It really is. Now again, this is part of life. It really is. I've lost a parent. It's part of life. It's horrible. But at the same time, this is what life is. But 68 years old is no damn age. It really fucking isn't. Yeah. I just don't have words to say. I don't plan on doing a follow-up video. I may mention it here and there in like, videos where I keep the shit out of, trash talkers and all of that. but it really will be here and there. I might do a video using the Tory, what was it, Tory bus or what have you. Look, I'm fine, by the way. Like, I'm okay. It's like, again, this really is part of life. But 68, and I don't want to speculate because I do think that's really disrespectful. But from what I read from the official, I guess, like press statement, is that I think, and please take this with a grain of salt. I've not researched it. It was some sort of like a blood or like a blood clot in the brain or towards the brain. So of course, it's not nice. But it's been about a week since since Toriyama himself passed away, and it was posted. Man, do you ever hear about look? Now I'm actually rambling. If anyone's actually watching this at this point, just say I'm watching. I don't know. But there's like that whole, it's not a saying, it's just the people being like, oh, if you could have dinner or have whiskey with someone who is either dead or alive, have dinner, that's it, with someone who's like dead, alive, or fictional, who'd you have it with? Look, even when Toriyama was alive, it was Toriyama, because of course I wouldn't be, in this position without Mr. Toriyama. It was always Toriyama. Look, no one else. It was Toriyama. Toriyama was someone who was quite shy. Well, actually, no, I don't know if shy was the word. Quite introverted, I guess. Like, he liked to be on his own or with outside the public. And I believe it was about a year or so ago. So, like, some sort of like interview came out saying how he spends most of his days playing with his like a train set, like a figurine train set or something like that. And look, he's very, very wealthy, so it's a case of he can do whatever the fuck he wants to do, right? And he did. I just hope his last days, weeks. Well, again, I don't know exactly what it was. Like, I know what they said, but I don't know exactly what it was. So I don't know if it was something that was more sudden. But if he, I know this is gonna sound horrible. If it wasn't sudden, then I hope he spent the last days or what have you doing things that he genuinely, liked.
All right. So, like I said, people are affected by people's passing, and and he's the thing is, like, a lot of people don't realize that, like, there are people you never will ever meet who will affect you in a way that you never thought will, and you'll feel mentored by them. Just like, I can think of like Garth Ennis, like, influencing me even with never having met him in my writing style, right? Challenging myself. Frank Miller, right? Alan Moore, right? Really figuring out how to get as much story out to the reader without trying to overdo it and stuff like that. Like, because I'm a writer, so I'm always thinking about writers and not the artists. But for me, working with artists and stuff, I actually look at what artists make always like stand out to me, and how do I tell a story in an artistic way. And even like with the artists I work with, because like I said, I work with the Swedish artists, I work with Italian artists, I work with American artists, I work with Argentinian, I work with Brazilian, I work with a Mexican colorist, right? As well as New Zealand, my mate Shane, when he does covers and stuff for me. And so you get an influence from people all over the place. And I think for me, when I look back on I don't care if you're a mangaka or if you're a French comic creator or if you're Brazilian, anybody's passing is a loss to comics. That's how I view it. It's comics. Sequential art, right? I might not I know what Dragon Ball Z is, I've never watched the actual movie or episode, which I think I should. And like Justin said, I'm missing out. But that's because I didn't grow up with it. And I know that a lot of people have. And that doesn't diminish the importance of it because I haven't. You know, I never look at it like that. But so, you know, but I understand, you know, a lot of people, you know, some things, you know, that might not be important to me are important to them. But as long as you're part of the, you know, sequential art is what I call it, manga, anime, manhwa, right, which is Chinese, you know, and manhwa is Korean, right? So, and I don't know what the Indians call comics. I really don't. I've never heard of what they call them. But, you know, so, you know, and as long as you're part of this universe of comicdom, then you're important. And so whatever you're, you know, whatever you've brought into this world, and I don't care if you're a young artist, a new artist, an older artist, starting out, amateur, novice, whatever they call it, or professional, whatever you have done to what I love, the universe of what I love, which is comic books, you're important. So your passing is important to me, right? And I think a lot of people should understand, you know, I hope everybody feels that way. So I'm going to just play the short video before we finish because, yeah. So let's do that. So let's go to full blast. Here we go. And just a bit about Toyama, right? Good night, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And like I always say, wherever you are, be well, be safe. And if you've got a loved one next year, give them a hug and a kiss. Let them know that you care. And if they're not nearby, jump on social media, send them a text, message, whatever. And because you might not know, it might be, you know, what they need right now. So thank you, Kakete Ano. We'll see you next time. Also, Sunday we've got a interview, one-on-one interview with Art Victim, also known as Spy, 5PY, and tattoo artist, cartoonist, digital, you know, creator, and so that'll be awesome. So that's midday for us in the Kiwis. I think it's about, what time is it over in the US or Eastern? So let me just do this and I'll be able to tell you straight away what time it is. So Eastern, if you're over in the US, it is 8 p.m. Eastern. So thank you guys, Kakete Ano, and thank you for hanging out with me. We had a really awesome, like today was really cool. Thank you.